really silly. I will need to make this setting adjustment just so it'll be crisp. There we go.
That particular part was important.
Oh yeah, that's looking nice.
Timestamps.
Unfortunately, you guys will experience um some El Cheapo things in this.
It's a home game and Star Wars. It's, cheap is not out of place.
There. Okay. Not that I think there'd be any, but any questions?
Nope. It is what it is.
Okay.
Take some time to refamiliarize myself with this shit.
Yes, yes. Feel free. I know it has been quite a bit. Now, the real question is, Tim Servo, how powerful will he be this day?
I have no faith.
As always, he will be more powerful than all of us put together. For Tim Servo is the true hero of Silent Station.
It's a possible not going to do this. Tim Servo is a 30. Fuck!
Uh, I'm thinking sharks this time. What do you think, Brian?
um, I've got a lot of different things.
Smart sharks.
I'm gonna go. Jason X.
Mm. Okay, he just wanted his Sith sword back.
Nah.
Oh, Jason X or Freddy Krueger.
Let's go.
Righto. Okay. Well, as usual, you guys will be doing your I don't know what to call it, exploration, which is really what you guys are doing.
Mm-hmm.
What you guys do ultimately, um, following following the beacon as it, the probes as it were, to actually have some eyes on things.
Mm-hmm.
Been traveling in hyperspace for a little bit along the path, because as I recall, you guys also tend to do well, some pathfinding as pathfinders. Okay. I take it that um I take it that people are actually going to be at stages and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Stations and stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, uh, Mr. Eno, uh, you will see a light in engineering, indicative of a engine problem, um, particularly one with the hyperdrive. Um, it appears a part has worn out unexpectedly early. Um, while you can limp along, you are aware that there is going to be an ever increasing chance that the hyperdrive may give out without relying when not relying on this particular part, as it pretty much starts straining the rest of the hyperdrive system. Ideally, you would want uh, to drop out to fix it.
Hmm.
It's a very fancy way of saying the check engine light just came on.
Good. So need to fix this. No, say so. Need to fix the hyperdrive. And you said we need to drop in order to do it.
Yeah, you'll need to drop out to get to the to safely get to the component to replace it.
Um, for the purposes of not dropping out prematurely, would it be possible to switch over to the backup hyperdrive while we're in transit, at least so we can get to whatever our next predetermined dropout is?
Yes.
Since, since we're operating in the dark here, I imagine we're still doing hops like most hyperdrums. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, presumably Kim can switch us to the backup, and
Okay.
that might let him actually start work a little early.
Yep. Switching to the backup is not too difficult to do. You can certainly do that.
Times 5 backup. That's really fast for a backup.
That really is fast for backup. Usually it's like times 12. I think I've seen higher. I think it's like times 18.
Mm-hmm. I think some of the COJ ones had like times 30.
Fuck. I mean, you're gonna eventually get to where you're going.
That is very much the okay. It broke. What is the nearest safe place?
Yeah, reminds me of freaking that freaking Enterprise episode. What do you mean you had a kid? What was I supposed to do?
Capital ship repair.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Don't forget Tim.
Fuck Tim. I want to roll something myself.
There was more Tim could give him the 1D assistance bonus. He's still rolling himself. It's like Scotty and little mute potato man, you know?
Oh yeah. What do you mean? You just plug yourself in and you're done.
Yeah, he's having to do airport emergency repairs. Definitely making sure to be up on the bridge in case something bad happens and we fall out.
Okay.
Like, we'll have a lot of mileage on these things. I'm sure this is not the first time something like this has happened, but
Okay, 30. Nice.
I don't remember another time it's happened.
Um,
Took you a minute.
uh, you'll look at the damage area on the primary drive. Um, and you'll definitely find the find the bad part. Um,
Hopefully we don't have Metroids.
you will notice a what appears to be an orange rust
Uh-oh.
at the contact point between the device and the rest of the hyperdrive equipment.
We dealt with orange rust before. I think that was
So-
it, wasn't
No, with what?
it? We had rust or powder. That was the one with Showdown. Okay. That was Dakin and Company that had the dust.
Yeah, JK company that does. I don't remember it being orange, but yeah. Um, definitely a bit unusual. With that 30, and some technical investigation, you will see that um, some of the other hyperdrive parts are starting to get a orange rust between their modular insertion points and the rest of the hyperdrive system. Though it's not to the same degree as the part that you're having to replace.
Oh no. Oh no. I know exactly what this is. No, no, no. Wants us to stop. You never stop in space. Hey, Captain.
Hmm?
Space is trying to kill us again.
Space is always trying to kill us. What's it doing this time?
It's rust. Rust out of nowhere. There's rust. How?
Yeah, that's a good question. I will turn over to our science officer. Science?
Weren't you having the Jaeger science last
Yeah.
time?
Yeah. I mean, she's officially dropped out. I don't know why she can't be NPC, but yeah, I've been. So I guess, she'd have to go down there and wave her Scholar of Life Sciences Omni tool at the parts that he's pulled out, because I figure we can count those as a sample. Make sure to put them in the bio baggies, just make sure it doesn't spread any further than it already has.
The biobaggies. That's not an official term.
Well, whatever sample containers we use when we're taking strange alien, shit aboard, and we don't want it to contaminate the rest of the ship.
That's right.
I mean, yeah, because I have those at work. They're the same as the regular bags. They just have a big red square on the front.
Yeah.
So, there's literally no difference between them and the other bags.
As we established in one of the previous science stations, we have ISO labs, and we're a science vessel, so we have to have some kind of isolation baggies for taking samples in the field and bringing them aboard.
Oh no, I completely agree with you.
Since we don't have transporters.
I could have sworn I had a folder with numbers of stars. I have journey trip stuff. What's the name of the sheet?
Midstar Nurse. I can send it to you if you don't have it.
No, I don't have it. I just don't know where I put it. It's here somewhere. Open file location. Oh, it's under the sound station that they were introduced. I will Convert them over to clickable roles at some point, but not now. Oh my god, it's so bright. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, just my eyes being like sensitive. Okay. Scholar. Yes, psychology. That's what I can draw.
Yeah, totally psychology, not her life sciences or whatever.
Life science. Oh, 23. Pretty good, pretty good.
Maybe an alien species while we're at it, just could be paranoid. Yes, that is a cow.
Okay. Let's say she, but she has a name.
Amira.
Amira will be scanning the equipment with the army tool. Huh. Well, it's some kind of hybrid between a bacteria and a fungus.
Hmm. Mm.
Now you might want to roll that psychology.
With with a little more observation, I might be able to figure out a bit more about it. Right now, though, it seems to only be appearing near the near the connection points. She'll give a scan of some of the like attached equipment versus the module that you detach.
Which type of connection points? This is like where the power goes in. This is where the fuel goes through.
Um, uh, the connection points are actually both where it's connected to be supplied power, and where the, if I'm correctly, hyperdrive uses I think it's unspun banana.
Mm-hmm. So it's both the power connections and the fuel connections.
Yes. After some more scanning, Amira will be able to give a preliminary report that it is, again, preliminarily, feeding off of growing off of the maintenance oils such as the lubricants or the oils meant to improve power conductivity between for like a high power equipment.
Well, I guess you need to work on an antifungal, and we get to check all similar connectors that run through the system to make sure it hadn't spread to any other systems and or gotten into the fuel tank.
No, I was hoping to be busy on a planet, not here with the grease, but gotta do what I gotta do.
All right, come on, Kim. We get to be mold inspectors on this old ship.
Mm,
Make sure to bring your little face masks, because don't want to inhale that shit.
That's everything trying to kill me. Why is everything trying to kill me?
I mean, I could take Tim if you'd rather stay here.
No, no, no.
At least you caught this one before it became a problem, in theory.
Hmm?
Because at least you caught this one before it became a problem, in theory.
I guess that's the way of doing it.
Well, I mean, based on our previous track record, based on the videos I've seen at least, it would be one of those things of the way it has gone is we'd open the door to engineering and the whole place is covered in mold. And it may or may not have developed language skills. You caught it while it was still just on a couple of contact points. We can still kill it with Windex, in theory.
I suppose.
I imagine you guys just filling up super soakers with cleaning agents.
Yeah, pretty much.
Scrub a dub dub.
You asked Amira to work on an antifungal, so
Yeah.
a specialized antifungal. So we're identifying, and then we get to go in with the super soakers.
Okay. If you guys are looking for this stuff, I will need a search roll. Unless you're going into a tech dense area, then I will need a capital ship repair roll.
I will let him worry about the capital ship repair. I will handle the search. I presume that it is a visual search.
Yes.
Let's see, where's my solid eye? Binoculars will not apply. Infra goggles might be helpful, I don't know. Emphatos definitely would not work. I presume the mold does not trigger my motion sensor.
No, mold is typically a slow thing.
If it started moving, we definitely have a problem. Environmental filters. Woo! That's power scanner. That's for actual repair rules. I don't know if the med scanners. It's technically a biologic that I'm looking for. If that would help.
Well, what does the power scanner do?
It's from the repair book. It's like scanning power signatures and stuff. It's kind of like a volt. I understand it's kind of an advanced version of the voltmeter. Generic sensor pod probably would apply.
Okay. Given given the nature of what you're looking for, you could use a generic sensor pod or the power slash tech scanner.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna go with the generic sensor pod.
okay.
But again, we have in theory have a signature to look for, so that helps.
Okay. For Kim, if you're dealing in the more sensitive pieces of the ship, I'll need another tech roll from you.
Okay.
Hey, Amir, what are you doing? You didn't roll a 1.
No, you remember this. No. Well, things aren't too dangerous right now. You can remember the not too dangerous parts.
It's like, why do I remember climbing around looking for mold, but I can't remember the action and hero stuff?
Man, I do lame stuff.
Exploration! Yeah.
Okay. Amir, when you're looking around, you will be able to find you'll be able to find some of this fungus growing growing on the contact points for your turbo cannons. Um, and you are getting a 25. That's very difficult. You'll be occasionally um getting getting sensor signatures um of it being on a few seemingly random things, but not in large enough quantities to actually be seen unless you like run like a prints like a blue gloved finger on it and then check your finger.
Okay, so
Um, 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 you are finding the beginnings of it on you're finding the beginnings of it on your ray shield system for the shields. Um, the high intensity um, sensor systems. You're also finding it ambiently on a few pieces of equipment that are like in like the maintenance shaft. Um, so they haven't built up to any kind of error causing levels yet, like how your stat board read that the component of the hyperdrive was had failed. But really it was the connection being disrupted. And it was reading so that it hasn't gotten to that point yet, but you're noticing it there. Um, Even that you guys are kind of searching either sensitive areas of the ship or just larger areas of the ship. Um, a definite amount of time will pass, and the the destination alarm will go off to indicate that you're approaching your pre-appointed hyperface dropout.
okay. I'll head up to the bridge to deal with that. Got a theory based on where we found it. I just want Discord to just do a quick once over. With the exception of the race shields, where you said we found it seems to be showing up anywhere Tabana has been going. So I just want Discord to like take a quick once over of like the armory, see if it's attached to stuff like the blaster power packs and that kind of stuff.
Okay. Um, Discord will be able to find it in very non-concentrated forms, like what where you'd have to like kind of wipe your finger on it and check. Found it to like at those levels in the armory, and was it Amira?
Yeah, Mira.
Amira will be able to determine that that her sample during the time she's been analyzing it has periodically been letting loose spores.
Mm-hmm.
So it's likely it's some of those a number of those spores have been caught up in the air cycling system.
So some of the stuff we're finding could just be stuff that's been cycled through. Others are actual colonies.
Yeah.
Okay. Which says the Hezak probably is also infected. All right. How's the method of killing it going?
So I'm still looking at some options that won't also damage the pieces of equipment.
All right.
Um, regular antifungal creams don't seem to have any effect. Um,
We just get into the decon
citrus.
move and crank the life support up to 1,000,000 or something. Burn it or burn it out, freeze it out, whatever.
That could be an option. I can definitely look into that. And expose it to to heat. I'll get back to you with a solution here.
Okay.
Are you gonna drop out at the pre-point in time?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Oof.
It's like, all right, Kim, hang on, we're dropping out. That is a. I see what you mean by cheap.
Yep, we're working on
That's some AD&D first edition level space stationing there. Really stands out on this beautifully high def map.
what was it? Was it like the 1980s Battlestar, 1970s Battlestar? Okay, when you drop out, you will be near, as you can see here, a planet and its moon with a particularly large, fiery-looking comet going nearby. The planet, where you do see clouds, beneath the clouds are pitch. It's just pitch darkness. It's like a dark void despite the curvature glow.
Oh, kind of Riddick.
Coming from the system star across the planet. The possibly made out of cardboard station that you see there is actually a large spire coming out from the darkness, presumably the planet's surface, out into space.
Oh, it's an orbital elevator type thing.
Okay.
Okay.
With, as you can see, these like ring outcroppings attached to it, where you are getting definitely getting power sensors from, and there are signals coming from it. None are particularly directed towards you, but it is broadcasting on comm frequencies. None that you guys, particularly use, but it is broadcasting.
Latest Clax's department for linguistics, so we will direct him to be doing that as much as he can in mark mode.
Okay.
So he's got the little thing in, and at least doing the recording.
Yep. Does anyone? Let's say anyone. I think you're only one other person on the bridge. But do you have any amount of language skills?
His language skills. I got the base 3D in it.
Okay.
Likely 4D with overconfidence.
Unless you are like not listening to the signals at all. Unless you're not listening to it at all, can you roll me a languages roll, please?
I imagine being kind of like in the background because he's more focused on the like getting a stable emergence in orbit and shit.
Yeah.
But not too close because we are technically dealing with a biocon situation, so it's like, okay, I don't want to contaminate new environment, but
right.
I also want to make sure I'm not in the way of local traffic. I'm scared. That's 2 in a row.
Oh, don't worry, the horror hasn't started quite yet. 15. Okay, good. Yeah.
I'm not freestyle or Plax. I'm not a cunning linguist, but I do okay.
Great too. There we go. Oh my god, where's my... There we go. Okay. Actually, that is about what I was thinking. Okay, yeah. Cool. Because this counts. Um, of the many broadcasts, you, um, notice some, some pieces that sound similar. This what you're picking up on is broadcasting on a particular band, as they're broadcasting on multiple bands. Each band seems to be containing a a different or small group of what could possibly be different languages. But on this particular band, you're picking up um, you're picking up things that sound familiar, and over the next 15 minutes, you can piece together that it's a simplistic trade language. Um, and with that 15, where you're not fluent in it or anything, you're picking up enough that with roles you could possibly communicate using this language. But I do want to just kind of stress it is a trade language. It's not meant to impart advanced ideas.
Hmm.
It's meant to, well, just probably be oh shit, I just forgot the language. Shit. The international
Oh,
language.
Esperanto.
Esperanto, I guess. In other words, it's clearly designed to be simple and universal. And from what you're able to pick up, um, is that there are um, wares, wares for sale. Um, um, Starships is the term being used. It's not differentiating between, like, capitalist, right,
Hmm.
or anything. You're also hearing what is approximating to either um, fuel, energy, basically depletable resources.
Hmm.
So,
Okay. Make sure to mark this on the store chart. Found alien trade port hub thing.
mm, um, instead, you're trying to just kind of establish a good kind of orbit.
Yeah.
Okay. You are noticing that that aside from the curvature light, the light that, say, your ship is giving off is is not um is not penetrating the plane of darkness that's underneath the clouds. And since you've been here for a little bit, you also notice that the sunlight itself, aside from interacting with the clouds themselves, which are above the the darkness, um, doesn't appear to be penetrating the dark side. There's no illumination. The bright curvature light is coming from the fact that it's hitting the outer atmosphere of the planet and bending a bit.
Hmm.
Um, excuse me. You will also you will also see that the orbital tower, for lack of a better term,
Hmm.
underneath that third platform, there aren't any exterior running lights or anything running. Um, as you've been listening further, you will also um, be able to catch something about um, ship ship wash, ship cleansing, ship cleaning, some concept along those lines.
Hmm.
Amira is now reporting that extreme heat is not working on her sample and is in fact causing it to grow a little bit, then burst more spores, and it gets reduced back to its original size, and then they'll kind of repeat the growing and sporing process with the
Heat bad. Got it.
with the heat. Yeah.
Anything on the inverse? Cold?
Um, cold does make the for lack of a better term, fungus. It's really a hybrid thing, but for lack of a better term, fungus. It does cause a adaptive response that makes it more visible in less concentration.
Mm-hmm. So cold will at least allow us to see it.
Okay. At this point, your ship directly is being held.
All right. Again, my communications officer is available, so I guess I'll answer the call.
Okay.
Feed whatever I've been able to adapt into the translation matrix.
Your ship knew.
Yes. I know normally you can't, under some circumstances you can, sometimes you can't. Could I possibly make a concentration roll for languages with the idea of trying to focus on the words, what we have picked up on the language to, try to focus, like, okay, I think that means this, put together a fluid conversation.
Okay.
So, like, it wouldn't necessarily work for, like, social checks, but just being able to convey what I'm trying, ideas.
Okay, yeah, for communication purposes,
yeah,
sure. Because I was gonna say I would just be speaking in trade tongue, for simple things during this conversation.
Well, yeah, which I still intend to do, but again, it's like it's like, okay, I'm weak on this. I want to use my training to make sure I'm actually focusing on the words I have learned to.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I understand like persuasion and bargaining and stuff would still be normal.
Yeah.
2 rolls of 6s on them, I don't.
No, you need to forget shit.
Well, if I'm not going to forget something, this is probably the.
Okay. So there was something you were trying to convey?
That's again, it's like a new ship new, so just try and minimize the ape good.
Okay.
So he's like, yes, new in we're new in system. Explorers currently dealing with a bacterial fungal infection on ship. Saw something about cleaning services. If we send you what we know about it, if you guys have seen it, could you maybe help us purge said fungus bacteria? It's like, can you clean this?
If we can, and you said you were going to send some information.
That's it. It's like America. I'm talking to some, the local system. They mentioned something about deep cleaning services. I'm going to send them. Can you send me the fungal data so I can send it to them?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, sure.
Transmit her. for scans.
Ah,
Have you seen this before? Do you know how to treat it?
um, do you have imaging on?
Yeah.
Okay. The figure on the other side, um, will transmit back a it looks like the equivalent of a digital clipping of an article in a language that clearly isn't basic, but the image, while you don't recognize the device that it's on, you do recognize the kind of orange rust, rust image, with a voiceover from the person on the other side um, unfortunate you've got that. Uh, not not easy to clean unless you have right stuff, but we have right stuff.
What kind of alien are we dealing with?
Okay. The the kind of alien that you're dealing with here is a um um being, still being Star Wars-esque, humanoid, humanoid in shape, um, uh, what passes for hair, looks like a suspended translucent goo. It's not dripping or anything, but it's clearly some sort of like transparent viscous material. Um, the ice themselves are a um, solid um, solid almost glowing yellow color, um, and there is a the mouth is not doing a lot of motions for enunciation, but the voice does have um a kind of vibratory tremble to it. The general skin color is a this is the person that you're looking at, is a almost leathery gray.
That's good to hear. Obviously, you don't have your local currency. How does payment work? We seem to be some sort of trade hub, like.
Um, uh, we trade. We are a place for ships stop and stop and refuel. Um, if um, if no currency, we can barter.
Right. I imagine that since we do first contact situations, that kind of thing, we probably do have some kind of stock of barterable
like in
materials.
like in the form of like metals and stuff. Is that
Yeah.
what you're thinking? Yeah. I could definitely definitely see that. I would think maybe what on average 10% of the total hold, because I
Okay.
would leave 90% for other
Yeah,
stuff.
I can see that. Okay. So, all right. I'll send you over a list of what we're willing to part with, and you can let us know what it's valued on your world.
Okay.
Yeah, translate into the current onboard barterable, trade.
Okay. Um, after a few moments, the person you're talking to will get, excuse me, will get back to you.
So, yeah, I guess
with-
universal scan compositions or whatever. Since if we tell them it's made of tritanium, they don't necessarily know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, kilo, that's a measure of mass, but that's also our measure of mass.
No, so
No.
it's probably like a listing and then like the scan data, like the sensor scan data of that they can interpret or whatever.
Yeah. Like, here's the atomic weight of everything, so you can calculate your own weights.
That's it. Because the trade language, well, we picked up the trade language. I don't know if that necessarily would have like, well, it would have to have some kind of units and measures in it for a trade language, just so you know how much of whatever you're trading.
Yeah.
So
By
it's probably take a minute to like run our scan data through their trade language and then send it,
yeah,
or at least our understanding of their trade language.
yeah. Um, they will come back with what amounts to 1.5% of that 10%.
I guess that would be a value, just to see, assess if we're being scammed.
Yes, that would be a value. And let me look through. Their cargo capacity is 180 metric tons. Woo! 18 tons worth of general material.
So that's a 12.
Okay, 12. Given the. You know what? You know what I can do? I didn't think I would need to bring this up, but I might.
Eric picked a hell of an episode in this. This is the one that like literally revolves around all his smuggler skills.
Yeah. At least this beginning part, yeah.
So he's got value. He's got bargain. He's got.
Let's open it tab so I don't lose that.
No, Joe.
No joke. Probably have that under. Okay, if I can't find this in a few moments, then I am just not going to. It would just be nice to plan.
All right, so technically, how do we bargain? Can we bargain?
Well, I mean, we could try to bargain. Once David tells me whether my value roll tells me whether we're actually getting, shafted or whether this is actually a reasonable ask in terms of how much they're asking for.
Damn, I had this really nice thing I had written out for the outlaw thing that would be very useful for it. Because I know I used it before. So okay.
The true horror of Silent Station is commerce.
I know, right? Okay.
Trade disputes. It is the Lucasfilm way.
Yes, I'm just following his footsteps. Okay, I'm an intuition if you're being ripped off. In your opinion, you are paying 20% higher than what you would expect.
All right.
That being said, your basing is off of deep cleaning a ship. So
Yeah. So my math could, and there could be something in the conversion rate I'm not getting. Are Are you any good at bargain, Brian?
um, if I concentrate.
Yes, I can. You concentrate on that?
Don't see why I can't. Should be able to concentrate on anything.
I'm concentrating on talking, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't. So, if you want to give it a shot at bargaining, we can try. Otherwise, I think he's definitely hitting us with a 20% markup, based on my math.
Okay.
My math is obviously, since I'm having to convert it through 3 different whatevers, it might be off.
10.
Sounds like he's attempting a bargain roll.
Uh,
Dormammu, never come to bargain.
very, very intense bargaining face.
It's actually pretty good.
Okay. That feels so hard, but I can't find this. I don't like it when I spend time to make tools. I don't know where it's 28. Damn. Okay. Um, conversing through the trade language, you will find that the price spike is coming from what is being described as um, specialized cleaning agents for your issue. Um, However, you are able to get it down to um, you're able to get it down to 1.2% of the 10% of your bargaining materials, as opposed to the 1.5 from before.
So we basically got rid of the 20% markup and then a little bit more.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Given that we are technically in a decon situation, do you want us to stay here and you come to us? Do we come to you? Don't want to contaminate you if we can avoid it.
Um, you you can come. Should not be an issue unless you are bringing larger equipment with you.
We do have a land vehicle on board, in hangar bay. Would that count as large equipment for your risk?
Yes.
So they are telling us we can dock safely.
Yeah, you can dock safely, but they would not like you to. They don't know it's called the Visa, but
They don't want us to offload any vehicles.
Yeah, they don't want you to like offload the size of the Visa.
But people can, in theory.
Yeah, people can.
Okay.
People can.
Any prep work we need to do on our end, or to either prevent further spread while we're coming over, or to make things easier for you guys?
Access to the ship so it can be cleaned.
There you go. All right, Kim, we're gonna be maneuvering in. I would normally tell Discord that so we're dealing with first contact, lockdown, all the stuff we're supposed to lock down. But if they're needing to sterilize the stuff, I don't know if we can. Can we lock it down and still have it be sterilizable? I guess we don't know how they're sterilizing it, so we don't know.
Well, they're using like how you've seen like the pesticide thing where there's like a
Yeah, so they're using
there's a
chemical
tank
sprayers.
in
So yeah, we're gonna have to like leave the weapons lockers open so they can actually.
yeah, if you want them to try to eradicate it. It's a it's a kind of like pest cleaning
Yeah.
situation.
So I guess disassemble the blasters and stuff to make sure get blasters in cleaning mode or whatever it is when you're going to clean the weapon, so they can get
Okay.
to all the internals.
I don't know how many weapons you carry in the armory that I mean like,
I imagine that
yeah.
when we established this previously, I believe it was like enough for the crew.
Okay. Mm, cool.
I know Sierra was like, I got some rifles, I got some grenades, and that kind of stuff in there. Stuff you let her get away
Yeah.
with. But the idea was, it's like enough to arm the carry capacity of the ship, and the ship can in theory carry 2 crew, 4 gunners, plus troopers. There's in theory 16 people capacity.
Okay, and an army I'd imagine would have at least 3 times out of the crew just to make sure backups are available.
So,
Okay.
so she's the armory officer again. Just make sure everything's all nice and laid out so they can,
Yeah.
when sterilize whatever they need to sterilize for because you gotta take things apart to clean them.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know what preparation engineering needs to do, but
Oh, well, that's a good question. Kim, how much access to engineering do you want them to have?
they're sterilizing the ship. Shouldn't they have a lot of it?
Oh, they should, but that doesn't mean that Mr. Here's gonna want them to have full access.
Um, this stuff is everywhere, or at least I must say assumed to be everywhere, right?
I'd say it seems to have gotten into the air recycling system. So yeah, if it's not everywhere yet, it definitely will be.
Yeah. I hate the idea of it, but if we're gonna die either way, then might as well let them do their thing.
And so make sure to pop out the maintenance hatches and ship the keys back.
Okay.
Either the mole kills us or they kill us. So
And we'll set the fan service booth to cold so we can at least see if the equipment we're taking with us is contaminated.
Okay.
Since Mara said that it in theory at least shows up in the cold.
Yeah. Which is a better.
And she hasn't found a way to kill it even in small doses, so we can't like rub lotion, do the Enterprise rub lotion on it to make sure at least the stuff we're taking with us is not going to contaminate them when we leave.
Not that she's found it yet. However, if she gets access to that cleaning agent, she may be able to whip something up fairly quickly.
Okay. I will, put in that request. Then it's like, hey, we're worried about when you leave the ship so you can do your thing. We're worried about accidentally taking the stuff onto your station or whatever. Is there either something you have or something let our science officer look at what your guys are doing so she can whip up something real quick, just make sure we can safely leave the ship while you guys work. And so we have a decon chamber. We're just, whatever we have, it doesn't work on it, so we want to make sure we don't, contaminate your thing when they leave.
Yeah, they're willing to give you some personal cleaning implements.
Okay. So yeah, we'll set those up in the decon chamber when we dock.
Okay.
Or I guess have them leave them in the decon chamber when we dock, so we can go in, do it, and then get off.
Yeah. Well, I won't say it's plentiful. The impression you're getting is that it's common.
Whatever.
Or at least common enough for them not to mind giving you some extra supplies of it.
So, whatever this stuff is, it's common in this sector.
Yeah.
Seemingly, in terms of the spore. Make sure to add that to the log. It's like, hey, ships passing through this sector, we probably ought to arrange either regular cleaning or figure out what the hell they're using to clean it so we can clean ourselves. Because one, we don't want to spread this to other areas, and two, if it's going to be a regular problem with this sector, then we need to be aware of that.
Yep. Okay. Tim does have some on him in light amounts.
Okay, I guess we need to make sure to doubly sterilize Tim just to be safe.
If you want to make a droid repair roll, if you want to be thorough about it, you can.
I will assist. Take that extra 1D. We need the true hero of the campaign.
Ain't leaving him on board.
Also, make sure to check
So,
the parrot droid.
Right. Right. That's just a small thing.
Yeah, you little, second sister or whatever is our little bots. I got one of those.
Okay. Okay.
So-
The baby parrot droid.
There's not any on that because the R unit has much larger power than that thing.
Yeah.
So
That definitely confirms its attractive power sources, which we kind of figured, right?
yep.
So yes, Brian, we need a droid repair. You can get plus 1D assistance bonus from me.
all right, and this is with Tim, right?
We're cleaning Tim.
Oh, okay.
It is
Oh,
on Tim. We're make sure to sterilize it off.
droid repair. Okay,
Yeah,
sweet.
droid repair.
Yep.
And then a plus 1D assistance bonus from me.
Awesome. Okay. I'm a bit worried because I'm actually rolling decent this go around.
Yeah, you and me both.
Dun dun dun. Wait.
The true horror silent station is us not trusting our dice.
Have we have you figured out the secret to Eric's rolls? He siphons the probability from you guys. Trying to remember. Okay. You will find that there are more buildup in things like the hollow projector, the fusion cutter, and things like that. But you are able to rid Tim of the fungi. In terms of properly disembarking the ship, since you're going to be disembarking it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You will find yourselves in what clearly has the feel of something between the trade port from Mortal Kombat Conquest and a space gas station. As there's just there'll be people wandering around. Your docking area is there is a there is a stairway that leads up from where you docked into kind of the main area. But even in the flat docking area that you are in, which is essentially just kind of like a large deck plate, as one is familiar with most any hangar. Except along the edge there are a few stalls that look like are some beings trying to trade what looks like handmade goods. The people who seem to be running the outpost appear to find them annoying and are calling out at them in something that's not the trade tongue. Though in the trade tongue, it is advised to you that you ignore them as they are I don't know the word right. Roaming vagrants. In simple tongue, it's described as they have no ships. um, implying that for a reason they got here and don't have a means off.
Hmm.
You see, as an explorer, that's seemingly all the more reason to talk to them. Because, got to find out about all these places we haven't been yet, right?
Yeah. If you'd like, you can speak with them, or you can leave the docking area. Either other way works.
I'm going to at least attempt to speak with them,
Okay.
given the fact that we're fumbling the language here.
Yeah. Well, that's why I kind of actually like the idea of the trade tongue. It allows some level of communication.
Yeah, yeah.
Um. Okay. Um. What kind of information you're trying to get from?
Um, for starters, I guess don't have any star map, not star maps knowledge of either this world or other worlds in the area. Um, Taking a look at their supposedly handmade goods because those are sometimes interesting. Who are you? Who's your daddy? What does he do? It's like
You know what?
kind of walking through like the traditional like first contact new.
Okay.
It's like, hey, we are so and so from such and such. We hear where are you from? We hear you guys might have vast knowledge of this.
Okay. In that case, then can each of you roll me a single d6?
Two.
Two. Okay. And Brian, a d6 from you when you have a moment.
So what now?
D6 if you have a moment.
Okay. Two.
Two. Okay. Four. Okay, that's the same thing I rolled. I was wanting to like, oh, let's put it in y'all's hands. Okay. Four. Okay. Cool. Not a problem. In which case, the particular people that we were talking to, it's a, group of 8 people. Um, they don't look physically related. Um, However, from what you're able to get, they have knowledge of a excuse me, of a mining startup that they were trying to get to until the ship they were on um, ran out of the ability to carry them. Is
That is a very rough translation.
is how it's phrased. The implication you're getting is perhaps their steerage was bought out by someone.
Mm.
And thus consequently they were kicked off the ship.
Okay.
Um, the handmade items that they are making are small. They're you define them as um like um like Matrix level 1, almost like little proto droid figurines, only slightly more advanced than the droids that carry teacups to people.
Neat.
Um, However, they are built with a combination of course, metal and stuff that you would expect such a be made out of, and is has some joints and such that have been made out of um, how many dice in value do you have? And
Me,
well, the two of you, if the two of you are participating in
I've
this.
got 3D.
3D, okay. Actually, I'm not entirely sure why I'm asking. I can just look at the sheet.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yo,
You said how many dice and what?
Value.
value.
How about, yeah, I ain't got shit.
I'd say that's knowledge.
Value. I forgot. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's flat 3D.
Okay. In which case, the two of you will be able to notice that the joints and such are made out of a clearly fused worked um, prismatic material.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ask about the material?
Um, they seem hesitant to answer about that. Some of the one of the younger people there. When I say younger, I mean like late teen, young adult looking in age is it looks like they're about to say something, but are hushed by the others.
Meant no offense. Is it like, is it supposed to be rare? Is it a cultural significance? I only ask because we've never seen anything like it before. That's especially used in this way.
Um, the answer is it um
Is it something from your home
it
world?
was is that it was found material. But it's clearly said in a tone that implies there's more to it. Um, they um they are selling these things for the equivalent of 100 credits, worth of barter.
Okay. Um, how far is this place you were trying to get to?
Um, they'll be able to give you the coordinates. The coordinates are um, near the path of the Nexus probes in this region, but not excuse me, but not directly along
So
the scout paths.
someplace we might have stopped, might be going to stop, but not somewhere we have stopped yet.
It's like slightly off course of
Yeah.
of your planned path, so you would have to do some a little bit of it actually wouldn't be that far off of what you're doing now of going okay, we have a rough idea of where we're going.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is the given that you are having to do pathfinding hops, it is a week's time away from here.
Okay. How many of them are there that they're trying to move?
8.
Okay. So, in the spirit of goodwill and exploration, once ship is clean, we're willing to give you a ride. In exchange for just, we want to know more about your people. It's why we're out here, is to learn about new cultures and stuff. So in exchange for telling us about yourselves, we can give you a lift.
Okay. Yeah, they can tell you about themselves. With that kind of trade, they are willing to speak about the material as well.
Cool, cool.
Um, Given that your offer of a ride there is of much value for them. So, okay. Here. Other people come from aren't from here. They come from the moon. Um, in in orbit of a desolated planet. Um, of a desolate planet. Basically, what you're getting is they're from the moon. They're from a they're from a colony that has been set up on the moon of their homeworld. But after the colony was established, um, there was some form of unspecified great disaster that essentially decimated the homeworld, making their moon um, effectively the home planet for their people at at that point. Um, and whatever transit ships were over. Um, they were then their people were at some point you'd have to translate dates. Um, Found by to by scouts, and those scouts were able to bring them into what you would consider the modern space age. Um, and So their people began to slowly expand from there. As unlike other people, they no longer had a full 9 billion populous homeworld to work from. Um, these people, by the way, are um, charcoal in color, wearing um, like sand beigeish colored clothing, which may look drab on other people is quite contrasting on them. As far as what they're hesitant to talk about before, um, is that the precise material um, comes from the um, see, uh, comes from the um, forbidden surface, that which lies beyond the dark.
So it comes from the surface of this world,
Yes.
and by forbidden surface, is it forbidden to go down to the planet? Does everybody live on this station here?
Um, the communication is a bit long-winded, considering it's the trade tongue, but ultimately, um, yes, transit to the surface is not allowed. Read like not allowed by law.
Is that for just foreigners or anybody?
Anybody.
Interesting.
Though there are people, some who live on the station, others that are not from the station, um, that make the attempt anyway, and that has borne forth some material such as this prismatic material. If you take a good look at the prismatic material, aside from the fusing of its pieces that these people have done, the prismatic material itself is clearly worked and manufactured to basically clearly technology was used to make this. The shaping, again, aside from the points of where these people fuse it for their joints and stuff of their little machines, is like clearly as artificial angles, um, is each piece is clearly designed to to catch light in certain ways. If it wasn't for the if it wasn't for the um, quote unquote damage of fusing multiple pieces together for the joints and stuff, um, this would be like very high quality blaster lenses, as a, for instance, and could be used for any other technology that would require specific light bendings or focusings. The material also appears to be um, extremely durable for what appears to be prismatic plates. Which is probably why they're using it as joint pieces, because they're light and incredibly durable. So it can allow movement without and be able to bear the weight of the mini stuff.
I'm gonna have one hell of an interesting lightsaber when this becomes an actual game. I got the Silent Station Metroid Rainbow Gem for a crystal, and I got Light Dark Sea prisms for lenses.
Um, yeah. Do you have any other questions for these folks?
I get once we're on the ship, but just like them to show us on the on the map like places they've been, and tell us what they know of the places they've been, so we can fill in the map some. But right this minute, well, do they know anything about the spores that the ship is getting cleaned for? Since apparently they're common, or seem to be common around here, from that was my understanding.
Space rust.
Space rust.
Probably because those fucking triples peed on everything.
No, remember we did the triples. That was the Metroids.
That's what I'm saying. They probably peed on everything. Now
Oh,
it's
you think the
finally
trip they're
rust.
making a comeback and now it's dust?
Um, they refer to it as the Nazot.
It's
Um, excuse me.
got a fancy name.
Excuse me. Which has been known to derelict ships that don't properly clean.
They know how to properly clean here, right?
Yeah, that's what you're paying for.
No, I'm just confirming with these guys. Like, we're not being scammed. They know how to properly clean it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. It's just the chemicals you're dealing with it need to be like sourced and manufactured.
Okay.
You can't just use soap and water.
So yeah, definitely make sure Nexus sets up some kind of either regular program or gets rights to formula or something. If this is going to be a recurring thing around here.
And obviously a derelict ships just by not making the components not be able to function with one another.
Also, make sure to put out word that, hey, any other explorers in this sector, keep an eye out for this.
Yeah. They don't know the chemical name. You'd have to ask the people doing the
Well, yes, but and I will. Once I'm done talking to these guys, I guess that's where we're going next. Going, hey, we're part of an organization that's exploring in this area. We're gonna need to set something up to warn the rest of Earth. But yeah, they were called the Narat.
Yeah, the Nazot.
Nazat.
Yeah. I was tempted to put a rot in there, but that seemed to be a bit too on the nose. Yeah. But yeah, no, they're willing to share information once everything is said and done with the cleaning. As for getting some of the material, the people that are doing the cleaning kind of have a monopoly of it, at least right here. So it's like they don't want any competition.
Well, no, that's why it's like, okay, we'll either have to arrange something with these guys, figure out what they're using, or like arrange some kind of trade agreement. Like, hey, we're gonna have a lot of ships in this area. What can we do to get some kind of bulk discount?
Yeah, they're perfectly fine with trading.
Yeah.
They just don't want to set up a rival competition.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about setting up rival. I'm not thinking of setting up rival competition. Just making sure that since again, I guarantee, I doubt we're the only one out here. Make sure the other ships are
Yeah.
also able to get proper treatment. Since we may have been the first one to notice, but always the first one to live long enough to notice.
Hmm. Um, can I get a perception roll from you? And I guess Tim as well. Since Tim's around with you guys.
Motion sensor apply.
Um, I mean, technically yes, but there's also so many things moving around that I'm not sure if you'd be able to.
Fair enough. That's why I was asking.
Yep.
My perception is a 17.
Anyone's?
No, actually the opposite. How about you, Brian?
Perception. My perception is not going to be much better with my 2D.
That's what I rolled.
Yep. Remember, Tim can get the roll too.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so I rolled a 1. And so I rolled a nothing. My
You stole your
perception.
one.
Tim, on the other hand.
Over 9,000.
Okay. Fell on the floor. Fuck you. Okay, at least it didn't beat Tristan. I feel a bit better now. I was rolling so well until Tim had to roll something.
Okay. Looks like Amir, you will notice this. A a being was kind of noting your conversation. Once you kind of catch them out of the corner of your eye, you will also recognize that they were generically in your view when you were having a conversation with the displaced um, displaced passengers. And it's clear that this person was kind of, especially now since this is less incidental, is clearly paying attention to your group. Looks like this.
Okay. Weird space gremlin.
Um, and also, it is also clearly noting amongst other ships, more specifically, your ship being tended to by the cleaners. You are able to able to tell that there is a bit of mischievousness in in this person, though, when they seem to notice that you notice that they were looking at you, they will go quickly up the stairs into the main part of the station.
Okay, that was weird.
Since you did roll a 17,
I guess we're attracting attention for talking to the people that we're not supposed to talk to.
you did catch that their mouth was moving, so either they were talking to themselves or they were talking through a indeterminate communicator as they were turning and moving.
Could be either. Alrighty then.
But yeah, you've definitely then kind of drawn some notice.
Yep. Alright. If we are done talking to the Space Romani, the Space Donnie,
It's based on
we can go into the station proper to see who we need to talk to about setting up, opening the door for the Nexus to set up something regular. Ships coming through here.
okay.
Yeah, I wish we had our limbs.
So you can have more than civil conversations. It's not supposed to be super pixely. There we go.
Big one.
Yep, as you can see, there's alien topography places. The person who was eyeing you is quote unquote hiding amongst a group of people looking at wares over here. Ooh, I may need to choose a different color because that ping looks very hard to see.
Let's see it. Upside, I can see Jack and Daxter over there.
Is that more noticeable?
A little bit.
Something brighter.
Or it's a little bit more contrasting, like a normal red or something. Yeah, there you go. That's better.
As you can see, I have generic tokens around indicating, populace and stuff.
Yes, I will make my way over.
Okay, Tim and Kim, where are you wanting to go? Just wanting to follow the cabin or go to somewhere else on this map?
Yeah, hell no. I don't trust anything about this place. We are following them. We're just as likely to die. Mostly we're just as likely to, die here in this slum place than we are anywhere else.
Hey, they were more likely to die in a slum.
Slum counts as space, so this isn't our slum. This is their slum.
They're currently looking at various bits of technology, though Kim, you will be able to recognize that that the tech that they're looking at is looks to be components for mining equipment of some
Mhm.
I was just about to ask, what are we looking at here, Kim? Sounds like you identified it. Awesome.
You said I can or I should?
Well, it sounds like he just told you it's mining equipment stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you recognize it as some form of mining equipment,
Oh,
or
okay.
rather, components of mining equipment.
Okay.
so you identified it before I even asked.
Yeah, because you have Dyson tech and such, so you're not unfamiliar with general technology. Um, the how how tall is let me look. Oh wow, Kim does not have a height.
Kim does not have a what?
Is
A
there a
height.
height on your version of the sheet? There's not one on David's.
Um, no, there isn't. One second.
That's a height of
Uh,
one.
that's what I was about to say. Star Wars height. It seemed pretty tiny. 1 meter, so about 3 feet.
3 feet. Okay.
Yeah, roughly 1 meter tall.
Okay. In which case, this individual is
I'll say
roughly a foot
for
taller than you.
football standards, I'm about 300 pounds.
Twice in 2 days now. Short and 300-pound motherfucker.
But no, I'm only 20 kilograms. So
So 44, somewhere between 44 and 50 pounds.
Yep. Um.
less than that with all the stress.
Yeah. This person appears to be like, well, again, roughly a foot taller than you, so probably like 4'4"ish. And is purchasing purchasing equipment, some of these components excuse me, components via barter. um they are they're trading what appear to you, Kim, um to be power cells and sheets of thin foldable um um black gray metal for a number of components that they then put into a bag, though a few they latch on to a piece of equipment. It's clear they were hoping that their comparatively shorter height to at least um, at least a mirror would have them be able to blend in with everyone else.
I mean, I'm 6'2". That's not saying much in terms of being short.
Oh, you're 6'2",
According to the sheet here.
then yeah, you got you're a number of feet taller than this person.
So you taking an interest in us taking an interest? Something we should be aware of?
In regards to the
I was asking the lady.
uh,
Because she was creeping on us while we were talking to the Vistani. So figure I'd come over, say hi, see how badly she freaks out. Or doesn't freak
Yeah.
out. That would be ideal.
Um,
you in cahoots with Power Station. I don't talk with people in cahoots.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Not in cahoots. They are helping us deal with a spore problem.
Uh, so sad. Your ship has the Nazat.
Yeah, I don't even know how we got it. We were just cruising through hyperspace, and suddenly, boom!
Uh, you you trade. You get supplies other places.
I mean, but we're explorers. We have encountered other worlds. I don't know. Are we new to this? It's relatively new to this sector, or
There have been other pathfinders following other probe routes. Some have dipped into the sector.
okay, it's like other explorer ships we are allied with have come through this sector, but
Hmm.
presumably we'll have to warn them now. But you laugh like again something up with station or people or we've just gotten duped.
Hmm. No, they clean good. Hmm. But you also talk uh, with with the rumors. Hmm.
I talk with anyone who's willing to speak with us. Again, new, trying to learn.
Uh, you
Want to
want
get to know our neighbors, as it were.
you want to court danger, explorer.
Looks over at Kim, smirks. I enjoy that on occasion.
uh,
Depends on the danger.
Hmm. Have I have friends that I'm in cahoots with that um, will be going to going going past the darkness. People of power up here forbid such a thing, but who knows what may lie beyond.
I will have to
You
discuss with my crew, obviously. I am interested, but I know, not everybody else, necessarily would be.
tell people generally have interest in the unknown. They'll look over at Kim and Tim.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
with their focus now on Kim and Tim, looking more so at Kim. You you have you do you have issue uh, with finding out what lies at surface beyond the dark?
And what kind of question is that? Any sane person would. Say any sane person would, but at the same time, I mean, technically, you got to do what we got to do.
Hmm. Interesting, interesting.
Told, as I've been told multiple times. You only bitch and complain with so much.
Hmm.
I actively encourage the bitching and the complaining.
Hmm?
Keeps us, as I actively encourage the bitching and the complaining, keeps us on our toes.
I like you not concerned um why um people appear to don't go down. You must truly be the explorers you say.
Well, I mean, I never said I didn't want to know why they don't go down. I'm just saying, I'm open to going down depending on what they're. I want to know more. If only so I can be properly prepared when I do go down.
Ah, uh, they uh, they and pointing towards some material that has the same emblem that was on the cleaner's equipment. Um, let's say they believe that what made the world go dark could could be enticed up the station with too many visitors, um, pointing to a, a particular alien who's walking just kind of walking around, not particularly paying any attention to you or anything. Um, uh, they believe the dark below the clouds is a shield preventing the release of something that would destroy the station, if not more.
Okay. I, what's down there? What is known about what is below the dark? Why is everybody isolated to this station? Is there like history there?
Mm.
Is it remembered history? Lost history? Will you the plot hook? Tell us the hook.
They'll. I was about to say reason for their outfit, but I need to check this image. Yeah, they would have pockets on the pants.
Also,
Um,
if one moment, can I walk you through some of the other languages we've run into just to see if there's another one you might have run into that we might be able to communicate smoother in?
okay.
So I don't know if that'd be a languages roll. That'd just be of the other alien races we've encountered in the other silent stations, is there anything that's a smoother? Since we're getting into details here, I doubt a trade tongue is entirely.
They are aware of the language of what this person refers to them as the travelers, but it's the language of the uh, of the from a few citations back that was trying to head to their lost homeworld. It was at a large megaship that was traveling through space to find a star lane, which could be accessed with modified hyperdrives.
I vaguely remember. I forget which monster that was, but yeah, I vaguely remember that adventure.
That was kind of the Predator thing.
Okay, that was the Predator one. Yeah, that was the thing where he was trying to hijack it so he could go face the space whale or whatever it was, and they were trying. Okay.
Yeah.
And in theory, we've interacted with them a fair amount since then. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we can, if she can communicate in that one for a smoother exposition, sharing.
So, with that in mind, was going for a pad, but will instead just talk.
I mean, nothing wrong with visual aids. My memory not so good. Visual aid help imprint.
It was going to be a pad full of text.
Oh,
which probably would not have been that useful to you.
Yeah. Yay, continuity. Otherwise, I'd have to shoot her in the face with a phaser and hope that worked as communication. It worked in Zorn Trek.
Before I share information to you, I am Yara. Yara.
I'm Amir.
Do the ones my size not have names?
Yeah, I'll say, he was about to say, he's like, yo, I'm Kim, and he's gonna kind of kind of lazily thumb his finger over at the droid and be like, "This is Tim." Tim is gonna just and if you can understand it, just he's like, "Give me a proper introduction, damn it."
My sister Amira's around here. Someone looks around, probably sees her Discord over at another stall eyeing something.
Yeah.
And we must say, we've done a decent job of not being dead yet.
Well.
Not for lack of trying.
If then with
I'm with stars. I don't know.
If then with the files on this on the station says are true. You may find this incredibly interesting and incredibly superstitious. The original builders of this place, as the cleaners, have only taken over the station. Similarly to what that other alien groups thinks, the darkness below the clouds entraps either something or some things. The translation on that and that for me is rather sketchy. Um, as what is beneath the darkness could threaten entire systems at a time. Now, if something was truly that powerful, I do not see how a a mere a mere shroud of darkness contains such a thing. Something so powerful must have ships um, ships or weapons. However, those who originally built this to protect everyone who was not them must have suffered great losses from whatever's down there. Since you've spoken with the with the roaming ones, you must have heard, given how long you were talking to them, must have struck a good deal with them, that there are those who defy the uh, the power of the station, the cleaners who just merely uphold the warnings in the station's own files, but clearly there are people that clearly defy that to venture to the surface to see what exactly is still down there. Personally, I think that whatever the station builders were trying to protect the rest of the system and perhaps the rest of the galaxy from has likely um, long died off, given the fact that there has been no system-wide or galactic danger from from this area, or very much in general, that that I'm aware of. Again, anything that powerful should have been able to fly off on its own unless the original inhabitants destroyed space travel, which may explain this orbital tower. But even then, without power from solar energies, without light, unless you're perhaps some kind of plant, I don't think there's anything left down there, and the cleaners are just upholding ancient relics of borrowed rules and laws in an effort to maintain this port as a source of trade and income. So, are you still wanting to be brave enough to find the unfindable? Though I will admit, from what stories I've heard, there are those who have yet to return from the area beyond the dark. I think they've just gotten lost or trapped themselves, unless you truly believe that something still lurks that is a danger not just to the planet, but perhaps the galaxy at large.
I admit, I'm certainly curious. Kim, I assume you're the opposite of curious.
Absolutely.
Well, I have a ship coming in any moment now that will surreptitiously
We already have our
dock
answer as to what.
at one of the lower rings. What was that?
It's like technically, I feel like we already have our answer to what's out there. What's out there? It's obviously no return.
You know it was a one-way trip when you signed up.
I, one-way trip to the afterlife. No, one-way trip to, not the Vaughn.
Well, it's not a one-way trip to the afterlife, as you're clearly still here complaining about it.
I mean, shit. It's not like the afterlife hasn't. It's not like death hasn't been trying to grab us. We're just slippery. I must say. I must say. I must say between me. I must say between me being too fast to get killed and you forgetting what death is. No, exactly. I must say.
I can't fear what I don't remember.
Damn straight.
Like, I don't know what sort of brain trauma you took that makes it easier for you to do the reckless shit that you do. But some of us remember. Some of us remember these missions. Just because you're trauma proof doesn't make this any less dangerous.
Yara will tilt her head as she listens to something. And the ship should be arriving now. Don't worry, we've made special arrangements for the ship to be rendered invisible.
Okay, let me coordinate with the rest of my crew, and if you'll just meet like 2 minutes.
Certainly.
Go round up the others. Okay, the situation. I think kind of go down, check it out because that's kind of our thing. Mira, unless you just in case I'm sure biosamples and stuff. Discord, if you could maybe stick around up here and see about alerting the rest of the Nexus vessels in the area to what's going down, so we can maybe get a diplomatic team or something out here to set up something regular.
Okay. To confirm, are you wanting Amira to come with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she's a medical life science person, so yeah. Now that she's officially an NPC.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
And then we're writing Discord out by having her talk, work the transmitter stuff.
Okay.
And make sure they don't steal our ship while we're gone.
Yeah.
Also, very smooth way of ensuring we can't use the Hyzak, 3 adventures in a row by taking away the ship entirely. No mecha thwarting your monster this year. All right, Kim, anything you need before we head down?
Mm-hmm.
A 1-up. I think he wants a 1-up. He wants an extra life.
Well, that's why we brought a Miro.
Do I want to do this? Prefer not. Do we really have a choice? Nope. Because even if we run from it, it's gonna come and find us and kill us anyway. So
I would say, by your logic, us just being on the station means that whatever it is will climb the shaft or whatever and get you up here. So,
I mean, to be well, we've gone to danger and we encountered it. We tried running from danger and it came to us. So obviously, everything outside of our own galaxy wants us dead. So it's going to find us because it knows that we shouldn't be here and it's trying to correct itself. So you know what? I'm just gonna go with it. Just gonna go with it. And if it shows up, I'm either gonna kill it or run from it.
There you go. Embrace the ride.
I say there's a 10% chance that it's friendly. If I shoot it with a blowtorch and it survives, it's friendly. If I shoot it with a blowtorch and it dies, then it's an enemy.
Okay.
This is the fucking way.
You know you're a Mando?
Hey, I can be whatever I want out here. No one can fact check me. Does anyone who cared about us stayed back to get murdered by the fucking bomb? You know, I'm starting to think that they came to us to flee what was out here. And it's starting to make sense.
That's certainly an interpretation.
I mean, it seems why they were so relieved to finally come to a place where, people, must say, where everything wasn't trying to kill them. Shit, I'd want to invade a place where, they were apprehensive about fighting us too. Everything out here just wants to smoke.
Mhm.
Sounds like you guys have both your plan and your resolve.
Yep.
Yep.
Down to the
Yep.
planet of stupid decisions.
Okay.
We're doing this like a B horror movie this year.
Well, Yara is going to want to seek down to the lower
Yeah, she mentioned something at the lower ring.
Yep. Which she'll be able to get to via not the main path, because the main path is really sealed and blocked off. But instead through hatches that look like they've been welded and re-welded several times. It is perfectly maneuverable for both Yara and Kim, and maybe a little awkwardly for Tim, but definitely for it'll definitely require like a acrobatics roll for like Amir and Amira. Because it's not sized for let's
And I will assist my sister. It'll help hold open or something so that you. Oh, that's actually 16. I forgot my listing.
okay.
So it's actually 16.
Okay.
Damn, sis.
Maneuvering along and around and such. Well, this is station. Um, she will sprain her ankle in this attempt to move through these passageways, which are at first they look really clean, but then when you go into them more, they're getting a bit more janky with parts poking out, panels that have been popped, and wires and actuators coming out. Sometimes there are passageways that are blocked off, so you have to like awkwardly round a corner or slide down low to a different area, that kind of thing. And during one of the turns, her ankle kind of gets caught and twisted in one of these actuator components, giving her penalties for running. Not saying you guys are gonna need that skill, but you may want to have that skill.
Well, I mean, she knows control pain, so she can keep it chilled till we can get to the ship, and then she can treat it. Because, she's a med star.
Yeah.
And if she needs a shoulder or something, so that we can really do that. But yep. She can nerve punch herself in the leg, and
Yeah, I don't feel a thing. Meh. Have to drag the leg down.
but if she knows control pain, she'll be fine.
Okay. Moving along then. You guys will eventually reach the second ring where there is power. It looks like a abandoned, commercialized version of the trade post above. Um, with clear signs where it looked like mass produced items. There are vehicles just powered down in the streets, giving this real kind of abandoned city vibe to it. Signs in instead of being in different alien languages is in one unified, still alien language, different from the majority of the languages that you saw on the top ring. However, you do note that you actually have seen some like script on the top ring, generally in walls or denoting certain things. It's just the top area has mainly been taken over by other people who pass by to establish themselves. And as you guys go to the docking area to meet the ship of Yellow's friends, you will dimly hear a sound from the top side of the station. It's a repeating, very muffled sound, repeating roughly once every second. For your guys' experiences, it sounds like the same rhythm that an alarm or an alert would have.
I think there's two questions. Is that the script form of the trade language, and what is that noise?
The the written trade language does have some elements of the script in it. So this is probably the basis for the trade language being used.
Bodybots, capturing visuals, because that's what he does.
Okay.
So linguist can linguist later.
The ER will say, huh. Sounds like maybe someone's causing trouble up top.
Damn it, Discord.
A few moments later, you will you will see you will see white white purple blasts coming from the upper ring shooting out into space. Before hitting something in space, and then a few more hits where you will see a distortion of a cloak before it breaks. Iara will speak. I thought you said you got that stealth from a good place. Well, apparently it's not good enough. You're being shot at.
Congratulations, Cam. I think our ride might be canceled.
Oh, man, it's terrible.
As the ship gets pummeled, it starts changing its vector. There'll then be a large explosion from the side of the ship. You say, okay, just keep turning, We're gonna have to abort this one. Wait, you have what? With that, as the ship is turning, it looks like it's turning a little haphazardly given its size. It appears to be a small capital ship, but it's not maneuvering like it's a small capital ship. And as the shots continue to fire and pepper on the ship, you will see that apparently only part of their cloaking field had collapsed as more ship is being unveiled as the stealth systems are shutting down from clearly just from being damaged. Um, this small capital ship is trailing along behind it a good um a good dozen of tethered smaller objects, so saying smaller is relative given the size of the capital ship. And clearly tugging that is hampering its ability to like fully maneuver. I was gonna say, okay, we need to get up top. We need to go back. Um, um, as she is saying this, are you wanting to follow that lead, or are you wanting to do something else?
Um, no, no, no. She's the expert here. I am willing to follow her lead.
Okay, if you guys are going to be hasty about it, can I get a running roll?
You were just talking about this. Again, I remind you she has control pain, so she can, in theory, negate your penalty.
Running?
Yep, running. Or in your case, sonic spinballing, I believe is your...
Yes. Right, so dexterity in this.
Yes.
Which she doesn't seem to have.
So, just dex. At least she negates the penalty.
It is true.
I guess I'm kind of like trying to hold her hand. I don't know if that's an assist or not. Trying to make sure we don't get separated.
Okay. 3 plus 1d6, so we'll count that as a form of assist. A 9, okay. Just waiting for that spin dash.
Thought it went through. So
Oh, Tim! Damn, Tim! Fuck!
We see him rolling.
did not die.
Yeah. Did I miss the spin dash?
I put it in there.
Oh, I see it's under Tim. I wasn't sure it was Tim you.
Yeah, Tim can't move that quick.
I'd say Tim needs a roll of running too, then, or
Yeah, if Tim wants to do something more than mosey.
Okay. All right, let's see.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
Hit me too.
all right, go luck with this.
it would be his dex.
Yeah, phew, that was gonna suck for him.
That's if he doesn't have dice and running, it's dex.
Since I rolled that, then he can get this.
That's right, Tim. You roll that 4. Itchy.
Okay. Yeah. I was thinking I could try to slide by it, but if you wanted to,
If I didn't have the Chinese food container over there, I'd be more
okay.
willing, but I don't want to flip Chinese food all over the place.
I'm not sure. Okay, so that forerunning is actually 10. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well,
So
um,
Kim will get out of here alive. The rest of us are about to have a problem.
Kim and Yara will get there first, clearly having a bit of a lead. Tim is not putting a lot of power to those servos, so is lagging furthermost behind. Um, Emir and Amira. One faster than Tim. You and Yara have a good several seconds lead on them.
That's what I get for not jetpacking.
Um, Yara is looking. So you're gonna go?
And I look back and be like, boss, what are you doing?
Going as fast as we can.
I know you can move faster than that.
There'll be you'll see because there are some upper sized windows on this ring to look kind of give a good view of space and to partially see some of the other rings. You'll see the capital ship that Yara was clearly waiting for this bit of an excursion. Hit hit the central spire area between your ring and the top ring. And there'll be a series of explosions. Yara is giving you a look, Kim, and the expression is pretty much, if you're gonna go, you need to go now. As you will be able to see flashes of light and, more importantly, hear and feel some cascading rumbling, which to you sounds like a series series of explosions. Near from your vantage point of like where the windows are and where you're able to see, you will see the container tethering from the capital ship sway with the momentum of space, catch on to what is likely going to be a further segment from, you can see way over there, of the ring, and begin to swing and wrap around the exterior of the station. Given the speed that this is happening, while it is clear that Yara and Kim are far enough away that if they leave now, they could probably make it back to to the top ring, your chances due to the distance and time, you're thinking is going to be a little bit iffy. So I'm not sure what choices you guys want to make here.
If the elevator goes up, if the elevator goes up, is there another one that we can catch, or do we just have to wait?
You guys use old maintenance shafts because the proper access has been sealed off by the cleaners.
Is there?
Is it a straight shot or
Kim's going to look at her. I say Kim's going to look at this person. Look back at the
Go.
captain.
We got
and
it.
Tim.
Don't wait.
Hmm?
Say go. Don't wait for us.
I say Kim's gonna look over at him. He's like, yeah, yeah.
Is it a straight, like semi-straight clear, or is it a like clutter to get
For you running or the path between the two rings?
the path of where we're trying to get to be safety?
You're having to navigate around long ago abandoned vehicles and like round some corners to get to these same maintenance ways.
Okay, so the grapple gun does not do it. All right, in which case I'm going to grab Amira and engage the jetpack.
Okay. In which case I will need a jetpack roll.
I was like, don't wait for us, since you guys are in theory will be at safety in time, from what David was just saying.
If you are going through the maintenance shafts, if you're wanting to move at speed, I would need either a climbing or an acrobatics roll.
How far away is Tim from this?
Oh, Tim, having rolled that 4 there, will need some kind of assistance or some other form of locomotion.
I will grapple gun Tim.
Okay. Okay. I will have that difficulty be a 10 if you want to make a shot to tag Tim with the grapple gun.
I am rolling 8d plus 5. Do I need to?
Oh, okay then. I need to roll a 1 and 6.
Okay. Can I I'm about to say Tim's within yelling distance, right?
Yeah, within yelling distance, yeah.
All right.
As long as you're not going through the maintenance shops.
All right. I'm going to.
All right. Given that I'm trying to save now
Okay.
Tim and my sister, I'm going to blow one of my for the adventure force points.
Okay.
That's the kind of power act.
Okay. It sounds like Kim was going to yell out some command.
I was going to must have yelled to Tim. It was like, hey, don't you make things any more difficult than they already are. You know, I must say, there aren't enough parts to replace you out here. Get your ass in gear. Get your ass in gear, and get your ass in gear, and make sure that you keep up with. Make sure you keep up with those two terror twins right there.
Then that's Sudari's speech. Okay. It looks like the mirror did grapple onto Tim though. Going through Dord command. Okay. How much enhancement were you trying to go for?
According to the command chart, should be able to get a solid 3D plus 1 out of that.
Nice.
Okay, well, if I'll using the grapple gun to get him pull him, if he seems to, that be enough to get him up to speed, then I will cut him loose.
Okay.
But
Cool.
I say basically trying to speed him up so that he can actually keep up with you guys.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay,
that
yeah. Feel
so
free.
that you don't have to put effort into pulling him with you.
Feel free to re-roll running. Add an extra D onto that because I will add the grapple, the fact that he was grappled for a little bit as a bonus.
Of course. Okay. Now we're more Tim than I remember. Oh, then again, he only had one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you for embarrassing me, Tim. Yeah, we're back to normal. The only upside is I had to command him to get this, so makes me feel a little better. Still mildly annoyed, but you know.
Okay. The rest of the group is able to get to the to the maintenance entry maintenance shaft. Yara is looking a combination of um, confused as to the risk and surprised that you guys had methods to get here in a more timely manner. Um, and she'll just make a um, expression that probably means something in their type, uh, in their own body language before slipping in to the maintenance shafts. Um, there there is a much more solid explosion um, as for those who are diving in will be able to notice that one of the connected tanks has collided with a part of the central shaft closer to the ring you guys are on and has detonated, which will of course tell anyone who noticed that as this continues to wrap around with the tether, it'll make contact and detonate along the orbital tower. They are being very familiar. Jimmy, with these maintenance ways is just kind of like well, not literally having a web slinger. It's kind of like Spider-Manning around, just like quickly gripping onto things to kind of like force yourself through little shortcut motions. Um, Occasionally popping a panel leading into a bit more of a dangerous side path that's allegedly a little bit of a shortcut to kind of cut corners a bit by risking going through the damage actuator areas and stuff like that to just kind of um, shave off some time. I will need a climbing or an acrobatics roll if you're wanting to maneuver through this in a speedy fashion. Um, Remember, the size makes it makes it less maneuverable for regular human-sized folks. But Kim and Yara will have an easier time maneuvering through these particular passageways. As you guys are moving through, you will hear and more so feel the hum, 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 the the severe vibration, one could argue at times station quaking of um, of the explosions of the collision between uh, between the ships and the tanks wrapping around and detonating along the tower. Um, there will be times, that even in these maintenance shafts, where there'll be a pop sound as a panel hatch may just fly open to bounce around as clearly the equivalent of a fuse has been blown and wires just shoot out of where an area was. But yeah, I will need again either acrobatics or climbing rolls to maneuver through the
I'm going to go with climbing, and I'm going to use Senate Guard to allocate points to climbing. My
Okay.
sister can do that too.
really it's up to half.
Up to half of your actual ranks of skills.
Yes.
And if I can, I will sister.
Uh, even the current nature, unless you have some like I don't know non-physical ways of assisting.
Can I like tag her with a grapple gun at least so she can't fall? Or
Okay, I'll count that as an assist. That sounds good.
yeah, figures you come back now that all the linguistics and talking are done. You know the two and the value and the bargaining, all the commerce was done too.
Damn it.
Literally everything your character is here for.
Yeah, it was like, oh, languages. Okay. Cultures with possibly a little bit of persuasion. Okay.
We managed to bullshit it.
Yeah. I established that there was a trade language, so simple communication could at least be done.
He threw us a bone. And now the NPC we're interacting with speaks a language we learned in a previous silent station.
Wait, he speaks the language of the people who create the gray goo?
No, they speak the language of the people we saved from the Predator.
The other group. Gotcha.
Okay. Welcome back. Given the situation, I'm not gonna have you roll this.
Climb, monkey man, climb!
Yep, I need a roll from Kim and Tim.
Okay.
Wow, judging by this, Amir, are you willing to use the same kind of shortcuts that Yara was by way of like punching through maintenance areas that have like semi-active pieces of equipment in them to maneuver through the cut corners and stuff?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So you said-
Pathfinder armor is very good at climbing.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna make this. I'll say you said Tim caught up with us, right?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna do this the easy way.
So, you're trying to chase after the alien?
No. We were about to sneak onto a ship that was going to smuggle us down to the pitch black planet, but they got their cloaking device failed and they got spotted, and now they're crashing into the space station we're on. So we're trying to get out of this section before they crash into it and explosively decompress it,
Oh.
which means
Oh.
climbing the maintenance ladders and shit. Also, our ship caught space mold, so it has been written out of the adventure while it gets cleaned.
Yeah.
because apparently this sector of space is riddled with a space mold that you just catch by flying through it. So,
But that's okay. The cleaners here have a proprietary way of of cleaning.
and also
I have a
Athlete's-
simple solution.
Also,
I'm going to
Athlete's
take a
Adventure-
flamethrower, burn everything.
No, fire makes it worse.
Okay. I'm going to take liquid nitrogen. It freeze everything.
Liquid nitrogen just makes it visible.
A couple shit.
Yup, I covered some bases.
Yeah, we had our scientists testing all that. Yeah, fire makes it breed like rabbits. Cold just makes it visible.
You sure you didn't run into the not Metroid again? In fungus form?
Yep.
Did we try Lysol?
Yeah, we tried Lysol. I think she just said Lysol was ineffective.
Okay.
Yeah, it's preliminary readings read it as some sort of combination of bacterium and fungus. Because you're in completely alien space. Though some people on the station were like aware of it, and
Yeah, whatever it is,
yeah.
it's a known quantity in the sector here.
Okay.
It's like it's new to you.
I cast Fireball. I want the ship gone.
Don't catch fireball; it'll make it worse.
It'll
Remember, it likes fire.
it'll puff up like a hair dried dog after getting wet.
That's fine. Because then I know where it's at. I'm going to freeze it. And then I'm going to blow up the fucking ship while it's frozen. Explosions fix everything.
Yeah, I don't think explosions fix things that breed by getting hot.
Whatever. You want me to make this crowning roll as well?
No, he just said because you just got here, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about
Okay.
this particular sequence.
All right. So
I just appear on the other side of the hatch. Just like, oh, there you guys are.
He creepy Watson's at the top of the ladder.
Tim is going. I must say, Kim is going to climb inside of the hatch that he's made inside of Tim, since he's small enough to fit inside of him.
Right,
I'm just
right.
going to command him to climb so that he can take both of us.
Wait, are you trying to be that one actor?
Hmm?
Are you trying to be the actor that actually played R2D2? Just climb inside and hide and pray?
Okay.
Hey, I must say, I have droid command, so technically all I have to do is command him to do anything I need him to do while I'm inside. And there's no point both of us making climbing rolls when I can just climb inside him, command him to climb, and just make him better at it.
He wouldn't be climbing, though. He would just fly with his rocket pad.
Yeah, but he still needs to make a climbing roll in order to do it.
No? He's using rockets. That's very much different.
I don't know, you said climbing rolls.
Well, I said a
Climbing
climb
roll.
because I'm assuming you're climbing through the maintenance ways.
Yeah, but you said one for me. So I was like,
If you're not doing climbing, you need to roll something else.
I say if he's using his little jetpack, his little jet rocket thing, then that would be the jet rocket thing.
okay, which is
That'd be
under mechanical. Okay, shit, nice, sweet. I'll technically probably gets long. That probably gets yeah. Let me add 2 more D plus 1 to that. Okay, that becomes 29 instead.
Okay, in which case, from these rolls, both Emir
Oh, man.
and Tim/Kim, using their various methods of quote-unquote rocket boots and shortcuts to zoom ahead of the others. There will be a great flash of sparks and various chemical and acrid smells. As you climb. That happens. You continue to climb. In your case, jet. Um, where you'll find yourself um underneath a translucent bubble.
Like glass or like force field?
Like an atmospheric field.
Okay.
Um, as the as you see, you're able to see the top part of the ring falling towards the planet.
Oh, that sucks.
Because you guys rolled high enough and got here first. Um, with a planetary systems or a survival roll, Kim, Tim, or Amir do have the possibility of calculating the crash point of the top ring, even though it's going, going through the clouds and then beyond the darkness. I mean, you could go. Math says this.
You said planetary system?
Planetary systems or survival.
Better one of these.
Oh, is this where I show up behind him, just a boo?
Yeah, you can like creepy watching behind them.
Huzzah! I have inserted myself.
Remember,
Do it.
as I continue to remember.
No, how you
Wait, is this gonna be
remember?
the first silent station you remember get to be traumatized by?
So far.
Don't worry.
Now, the trauma really hasn't
gonna-
happened yet, so that might be why.
It's like all this is has been set up. It's just been wrapping up set up. Okay. You are able to using your Pathfinder abilities, and if you calculate where it is, there's more. Boom, 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 boom.
Buddy, make a note. It landed at blah, 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 blah. Just in case I do forget. No, it's on record.
Yep. As since you guys are at the top now, you can kind of see that the tether tankers, with the capital ship they were originally tethered to, now being a falling derelict now that it's crashed into the orbital tower. The energy tethers have given away, so you're seeing the tethers like slam into lower sections of the tower, detonating, causing ripples of explosions along the lower part of the excuse me, of the orbital tower. One slams into detonating against the lowest ring, the third ring that was visible. Hitting it, blasting chunks off, causing detonations along the ring. It looks like that there are secondary explosions beginning to occur. So the top part of the orbital tower that you're on now looks like it will eventually lose integrity to the point of collapsing. At this instant, you're uncertain, but it's certainly enough to start destabilizing the orbital tower's power, or what's left to it. And the maintenance shafts would especially be susceptible to things like fluids and coolant being caught aflame by secondary explosions.
Okay.
So the most prudent course would to be go down. Now, what method you want to use to go downward, I do not know. The most obvious method is just traversing the orbital tower downward. Though I know you guys have pieces of equipment on you and such, which may make other options available.
Fine, I can send via, either grapple gun or jetpack.
Like from the exterior, going just back down the main.
Either one.
Okay.
That's like my armor can seal.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily work for everybody else.
So, Amir, how do you want to descend?
I want to stick with my team. So let's see how my team is going, and I will play it by there.
Okay.
Because we're trying, especially in a crisis situation like this, you don't want to split up.
Yeah.
At that point, I'm gonna speak up and go. I think you guys alone for an hour, and now we're stuck in a derelict station wreckage.
It wasn't derelict when we got here. It had a thriving marketplace culture.
And now it's just a wreck. Come on, guys. It was only an hour.
That had nothing to do with us.
I was only gone for an hour.
That's all be Jack's fault over here. Unfortunately, her taste in pilots.
I didn't for any of this to happen. That I'm sure the builders have safety for the tower falling.
I was gone for an hour. I also don't remember what is on my sheet. Outside of, I have pistol and I speak well. And, I'm a Krogan, so good luck poisoning me, good luck irradiating me. And I can kick you very hard.
Oh, yeah.
Or headbutt would be more appropriate. It's a Krogan after all. So you have grapple gun jetpack. Tim and Kim can use rocket pack. I don't think I have anything special. My limp ass is not going to be able to climb back down this ladder. Now, speaking of the currently very massive, considerable amount of damage, are the grav plating still working?
Whatever form of artificial gravity in use is working as of the time you were asking.
So they're actively working right now.
The gravity plating, yes.
Well, shit. I guess I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. Flaming is under strength, if I recall? Yeah.
They flaming in the ship.
Oh. Don't mind me, my bum knee. Oh, I am overconfident though, so overconfidence saves me. Huzzah! There you go. All I can do is climb because I don't have anything special. I have a flex armor and a omni tool.
And
A
again,
comlink. Yes. And a holdout blaster. Yes. I have a blaster and a holdout blaster. And a dissuasion field belt.
Okay. Looks like Clax here is going to be climbing down.
I can't do.
Tim and Kim, how are you traversing?
What are we going across?
I have to go back down after climbing up.
Yeah, because up has been destroyed.
Okay. And I guess jet. And I'll say use the jets to try to go back down.
Okay. Feel free to roll that.
Back up, so just kind of jets to slow the descent back down.
Rolling jets, that way I can take a mirror with me. Not yet had a chance to treat that ankle yet. There we go. I had forgotten. So yeah,
I arrive and you forget.
Eric is
I
the
am
trigger.
sorry.
Brian was rolling
I'll
great
leave.
too until you showed up.
I guess I should leave then.
No,
For the
we
sake
need
of the party, I will leave.
No, Tim's still rolling like Tim, so nothing's changed with Tim.
I feel like I'm at fault though. I feel like I need to leave.
You're fine. I must say, I'm rolling what I've figured out a way to bullshit my skills to where I can actually be remotely decent.
Mm-hmm.
Must say, so long as I can be Iron Man, then or Bucket Man currently, then then I can make my stuff work. Must say now, Emir, I don't know what's going on with him, but
Well, apparently I show up and I make him forget his life.
Okay.
That's apparently what I do.
has he crit failed yet?
I just did.
Awesome. Now the terrible things can happen. What do you forget? Like an hour, 2 hours?
Last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the next 10 minutes.
Oh, the next 10 minutes. So crisis begins. You forget everything after that point,
Mm-hmm.
which is admittedly kind of funny.
Okay. As you guys are descending, there are areas of the main shafts that catch on fire. There'll be some small explosions as pressures reach a danger point and explode. And when you get to the prior ring that you were on, there are parts of it that are detonating. Now, causing you guys to go further. Now, as far as the descent goes, Kim, your your descent with the jet is good enough to um have you like just avoid some of these maintenance areas that they go boom, boom, or explode in flame. Though they are, it is kind of like the Millennium Falcon Return of the Jedi from the standpoint of like the bottom part of Tim gets engulfed in flame, but he's moving fast enough for the flame not to really affect him.
Okay.
Um,
You got this, Tim. We'll buff out. We'll buff out the scorch marks later.
um, Yara is moving in a controlled controlled fall a bit as she goes into one of the parallel maintenance hatches and just kind of like falls, occasionally gripping on wires to kind of swing back into the main maintenance way. Kind of taking these alternative routes. Clacks, you and your Krogan-ness is a bit difficult to maneuver in these smaller main spaces, but you're making your way. When a maintenance area in front of you at chest level blows out the maintenance plate that's there, hitting you with a combination of metal and heat. Can I get a soak roll from you?
From who?
Yeah, circle.
Yep, from Clax.
Okay.
I rolled a 20.
Wow, 8. Okay. You feel the hit, but you're a Krogan. You can keep on going. Amir, as you're using your jetpack and you're jetting through, and you get to the lower ring, which is suffering explosions and stuff. Right as you get out at the same time as part of one of the builders kind of commercial district buildings collapses as parts of building hit you just as you exit, but your sister is fine.
I say make sure to shield Amira. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll need a soak roll from you.
So I'm guessing since it's a building, that's this one.
It's kinetic, yeah, it's visible.
No.
Yeah, because you rolled really low, so you get a building.
I fumbled. Yeah. Thank you, personal shields.
Oh,
Hey, one on my soak roll. I don't think that factors into my memory loss, but
no, because you can't crit fail soak. At least with the house rules from user.
well, I don't say crit sales. Just I have to roll one.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't think soak would count. Yeah, that'd be kind of silly if it did. Oh, I forgot stuff now.
Must have gotten hit in the head. 25.
25. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, 27. Maybe to get in the head. You take some damage as you are partially buried.
So it takes 2 points of.
You will see that while a section of the ring have been detonated, emergency atmospheric translucent atmospheric fields have been put into place, but you do hear some sounds of leakage as the fields are constantly kind of shifting their energy to prevent any attenuation, but there are a few moments where sections of the atmospheric field do attenuate to zero before automatic adjustments are made. So there is some atmospheric leakage and approximation of a kind of sucking wind occasionally as the fields are constantly trying to keep themselves operational.
All right, Kim. Realistic assessment. Is there anything we can do to save this place, or are they just totally bored?
That's a good question. Probably time to find out.
Sounds like you need to make a capital ship repair roll, as I don't like to use the battleship repair skills. I think capital ship is just fine.
Actually, I was just going to talk to the ship and see if the ship feels that anything can be done to fix it or take care of it.
Oh, okay. Feel free to roll that. This will be interesting. Does your communicate with computer thing bypass any language barriers?
That's a good question. Let me look that up.
The power may not have that covered because it may not think of it.
I was like, sorry, he's talking to a machine. I don't know, but it's basically receptive telepathy for machines. I don't know.
Oh, okay. In that case, that sounds like it would kind of bypass. It would give you the gist regardless.
Sounds like it. Let's see. As if using receptive and projective telepathy.
Okay. So it's not so much say words as impressions and stuff. Okay.
Actually, let's see if this might actually. Yeah. Yeah, electronic communication. All right. Yep. I will talk to it. Let's see. That is a 14. So long as it's not sentient, then I might have made that. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, must be 14 and 13. So technically, guess I made moderate. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your powers listed? Does that make it?
Yeah, moderate for process perception, sense difficulty, easy for ancient computer system, moderate for non-sentient machine, very difficult for sentient machines.
Okay.
Unless its base is sentient, I believe I made it.
Okay.
No, my luck.
Okay. In which case, what you're getting from the tower is critical damage to Shroud Spire. There'll be a list of damages. Main power Spire power failing, unable to connect to municipal grid.
Can you be fixed?
Repair crews have not responded to alerts. Because
Yes,
as far as people are aware, the builders are gone. They're so.
I say is I say is time I say is the time I say is the time remaining I say is there a reasonable amount of time left to fix I say to fix your problems before you become non-functional?
Uh, uh,
Please calculate.
Spire will switch to emergency power in. Uh, I, Again, we're dealing with an alien thing here. I guess it would, because you're using receptive telepathy and stuff, that it would give it in your time scale. Um. In um in 20 minutes, but provided there is no further damage. Um, Shroud dissipation is imminent. Broadcasting emergency signal.
That's a bad thing, right? I'll relay that. Shroud dissipation imminent. Sending out an emergency system. Got about 20 minutes to repair this thing before it permanently goes into or more likely permanently goes into emergency power mode.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question of can it be fixed?
It seems to think it can if the emergency
Yeah.
teams are responding. I
Yeah.
mean, are you asking? Can is there? Are you asking? Have you asked if there's enough time for like one person to fix this?
Hey,
I'm trying to figure out whether we can save the station or whether we need to abandon ship.
I'll say. They said teams. I'm assuming they need teams because they're not me. So.
So
That is
because
rather
I can tell you
presumptive of you.
now, you are dealing with massive structural damage, as the tethered containers have detonated along various points of the spire, and there are chunks missing from the ring that you're in, and from what you can tell, the third tier, the lower tier ring, where sections have just been blasted away.
Okay.
So you're dealing with like massive hull breaches.
Yep. Okay. Can't get around. I say can't get around the hull breaches, but I probably could fix. I say I can't fix the holes in the ship. Don't have enough time for that, but I can fix everything else.
Because you're communicating with the tower itself. You can get the location of where its remaining power generators are. It did also mention that it could not connect to the municipal power. Like the municipal power wasn't. It is connected to that grid. That grid just has no power to draw from.
Okay. Then I say I can definitely. Okay. I say I can't fix anything structural. But I can't fix the rest. I can't fix the other parts of the ship.
Isn't the structural the part that's causing it to fall out of the sky?
So I mean I'll say I mean I can fix the power issues and stuff. I mean I can't repair the hull and stuff. Don't have time to.
As a reminder, and this because Kim has communicated with the system like he has, this is a structure that is ultimately connected to the planet's surface. So it's not it's not like hovering.
Well, yes, but I mean, if it's taking sufficient structural damage, it be they can be connected to orbital elevator, it'll fall over.
Yeah.
Which is my concern. It's like, is this thing about to fall and everybody on it's going to die, or is it just no? We have a few holes in it, and as long as he can stabilize the power, people on it will be safe.
Okay, with that kind of question, you will need to either restore its municipal connection or repair its remaining power generators, and its structural force fields should keep it from tearing
Okay.
itself apart over.
In which case, we need, I want to try and save the station. That's what I was trying to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is this
that's
thing doomed, or is there actually a chance of saving it?
that's what I was saying.
Okay, where do we need to go?
The remaining power generators are at the lower levels, or at the base levels.
So we need to keep going down.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Kim, since you in theory got directions, lead on.
All right. We will make our way.
Okay. Okay. Descending down, since you're no longer going to need to use the maintenance shafts, is much easier. Even with all the power flickers and things like that going on.
Hello.
Kim, you are aware, because again, you guys are supporting the station, that the top part of the tower that was completely severed and was going through planetfall, does have shielding systems in place.
So
So you guys can descend the tower until you get to a rather large, like cavernous-sized power generator room that looks familiar in design, only in so much that there's a giant power beam between two two huge two huge, like 300-meter size modules, but like you've probably seen in some of the Star Wars shows, how the power room is like this generator that has just a beam going across. Though this beam is flickering and unstable.
So repair it. Good.
Yes. Now, there's going to be there's either going to be an equipment or a capital ship repair role. You would, given the kind of damage that is here, preferably, you would need 3 power cells, but you could do the work with less. Do you have any power cells on you, and do you want to use any of them in your repair attempt?
Should have check real quick.
Because I remember power cells coming up at a previous time. I think when you guys noted, yeah, we need to start keeping these on us.
Yeah.
I have an energy cell.
Oh, energy cell, power cell.
Okay.
A blaster pack is a bit different because there's a combination of Tabana and a power cell.
And Amira would have an energy cell in her inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have them. Yeah, no, so it goes.
Manage Portal Micro Lab.
It's in the Jedi utility belt. It comes with an energy cell.
Okay. Let me see what's my page. Okay. So how many energy cells do you want to use? Consequently, you can use more than 3 energy cells for this, and it will make the job easier as opposed to harder.
I feel confident with 3.
Okay. Do you have 3 on you, or are people having to hand you some give you the 3?
So I should have 2. I will need 1.
Emir can give you 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. With the 3 power cells, excuse me. What you're looking at a difficulty of 20 in this case, just to give you an idea of the difficulty you're going to be dealing with.
If everybody's watching my back, I'm just going to go ahead and concentrate on this. What am I rolling?
You're either rolling equipment repair or capital ship repair.
I don't have an equipment repair roll, so I guess capital ship. Unless that falls under general gear repair.
Yes, general gear repair. Usually I see it as equipment repair, but general gear repair, it sounds like an equivalent. So
both the same, so all right. After focusing, that's a 49.
49. Okay, you're definitely able to use your power cells to stabilize the main generator. You will see a ripple of renewed light go through and stabilize the main power beam. You do see a status board which shows the integrity of the orbital tower with a depiction of a little bit of a field around it, which has gone from thin to a thicker profile. Is there anything else you want to do in the generator room? Hello?
Ryan,
Yeah.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to do in the generator room?
If power's back up and running, fortify it in case, something else happens so that it doesn't just easily fall back offline.
Okay, how are you wanting to fortify it? Are you wanting to increase power to the integrity field? Are you wanting to literally increase the armor in the chamber?
Can I have I'll say so that it doesn't just operate off of one way? Can I see about having it, I'll say, I guess, I'll say, I assume that what I did was basically the primary way that it operates. And so that's what I did was basically that.
Yeah, you just repaired the way it regularly operates.
Okay. I would like to try to figure out a way, I'll say, I would like to use mecha empathy in order to get a knowledge of the general workings of this machine. See if it's possible for me to also have a backup way for it to, operate in case the primary way that it goes, the primary way that it works gets shut down. It can shunt over to the secondary way to make sure that it stays online.
The secondary relay would be that it already has its municipal power. It, however, can't get any power from the municipal grid.
Without going back into stuttering mode like it just was before we fixed it.
Well, do you guys have a power generator on you that you think would be the equivalent of the 300-meter two-part generator that is currently using? Like, I don't think you have a gonk droid, do you? Not a gonk droid,
I mean, there's one on the ship, but
a power droid, like the
that's the gonk droid.
The gonk droid, yeah, the mini fusion reactor.
I was saying, yeah, there's one of those back on the ship, but that doesn't really help us here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well then,
What is your
I guess,
detector off of?
I guess tighten
power cell, fusion cell.
Oh, okay.
I guess just tighten the bolts really tight.
Do that?
I say tighten the bolts really tight. Sure that make sure that it can, if it does get rocked, it can take a bit of. It could take a bit of a hit.
Okay.
Like get a pretty good surge protector on there. Like,
Gotcha. Okay.
around it. I'm not saying some sort of power. I'm not say power surge that it doesn't fry the circuitry. Put some grounding wires in there or something.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can reinforce it like that. That's not a problem. Aside from the light that is being generated in the room you guys are in, the windows and such reveal a very, very dark outside. For those more familiar with the extended universe, essentially the planet was under an orbital night cloak effect. Preventing light from getting to the planet's surface. So aside from the light coming from the like interiors of this room and such, it is dark unless you guys have your own light sources or the ability to see infrared or something.
I got the Omni tools for light sources. I also have night vision with the solid eye.
Okay. At this point, given that you guys have a rough location of where the top of the tower fell to, are you wanting to the top ring fell to? Are you wanting to leave the orbital tower at this point, or is there anything else you're wanting to do in the super large space?
Ship was top of the tower. Right?
Yeah, ship was in the hangar deck of the top tower.
So we need to get to the top of the tower in order to get to our ship.
Well, whether the top ring.
Well, yeah, the part that fell.
Yeah, the part that fell.
So I believe we need to start setting out in that direction. Probably I'll sweep the area for just see if there's any other like personnel, survivors, or anyone that needs extricating or help in the area we're in. But
Okay.
After that, probably start heading in the direction of where our ship was.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are operating then with like the army tool lights and such.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys leave an exit. You will find yourselves in a large area. You can see with your lights that there are buildings of an urbanscape that go somewhat into the sky. Some buildings are of course lower, but there is a there is a structural network that spans out to beyond where your light can actually see. Um, it it the way it looks like to you guys is that instead of a subway, you more have a, for lack of a term, um, a air train station, as there is a as you essentially have this weaving network of connections that leave plenty of openings to see the sky and use air speeders to go through with kind of like a series of like enclosed bullet trains. In terms of how it looks. As with everything else, it's all dark except for the reflections of light that your own light sources are providing. In the far distance, you and everyone else will see the faint, because of how far away it is, those strong lights of what look to be high intensity lights that would be, say, attached to the ship or used for like high intensity spotlights. And that is likely the top of the top ring of the tower, just producing enough light to be seen just from a great distance.
Oh, that's convenient. So no survivors, personnel survivors here we need to worry about.
So as far as your sweep goes, but are you extending your sweep into the for lack of another term, I'll call it the repulsor train station.
Yes, because that seems like a place people might congregate if they made it.
Okay. You will, as you guys are doing your search, will hear a alien sound. There are tones or syllables that are associated with the trade language, but aside from it sharing, again, like syllables, it's not using the same structure, or the other rest of the syllables are unrecognizable to those familiar with the trade language.
Plax, Yara, either one of you get that?
Yara say it sounds like the tongue of the builders, but I never was in a position to learn that.
1, 2,
Plax?
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, you're hearing the voice in the distance,
Plus
kind of echoing
confidence.
through the structure.
Out of those languages.
And 20, 24.
24 languages?
Yep.
Okay. Based off of the various transmissions that was listened to around, and script that was on the top ring of the station where the new inhabitants didn't just cover it up. Um, um, you are you are catching words as through the distance, um, so, such as um, excuse me, such as emergency and perform, and the word. It's you with your guys' distance. You're essentially hearing, echoes of of something bouncing off walls. So you're able to catch a few words until you get closer.
I will share this information with the party.
All right. Let's go check it out.
Goody. The terror finally showed up.
Okay. There you guys will get closer, and you will see a display versus a holograph. um, with this image on it.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
I think there's some communications interference.
Yeah, Brian's car.
Apologies.
Okay, so we got giant floating Turian head.
That is kind of what a Turian does. Okay. Klex, you're able to piece together. A state of emergency has been called. The protection around this world is failing, and risk to our systems and those even further will soon be at hand. Proceed to any escape vessels excuse me, um, if you are civilians or visitors. For all the others, if the Shroud Spire cannot be repaired, the darkness will eventually dissipate. And as I said before, everything else, our empire and those beyond, will be subject to what we've contained on this world. Go to the go to the Alpha Armories and defend the engineers as best you can. Escort them to the end. I want to see. You said you rolled a 23, 3 languages.
24, but yeah.
24. Okay. Okay. That is. Okay. In which case, you'll be able to understand the next part as um, um, escort the engineers to the fail safe station Avalon. So, so we may prevent the desolation from spreading. The face will disappear, being replaced by text. I will need another language roll to translate the text. You will get a +1D bonus to translate the text, as the script form of this language is partially incorporated into the train language, and Ring 2 just had this language written in a written form everywhere because it was part of their signs and everything.
Okay. Like I said, I'll be sharing this information with the group.
He still needs other languages.
Yeah, if you want to translate
Never
the
languages?
text on the screen.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you'll get a
Chorus languages plus 1D to that. It's overconfidence, and you said plus an additional D?
Yep.
Yeah, plus an additional D because Clax had prior exposure to portions of the written language.
Cool. And 20, 31, 33.
Really? Okay. Excuse me.
So pending what the text says, assuming we put any stock into what the computer's telling us, we in theory have cryptic directions.
I mean, sometimes the best that's all we get.
Oh yeah, I'm just we have to figure out how to translate those cryptic directions into something to actually do.
True.
As because it told us a lot of things to do, but we don't really know anything about where we are to know where to go to do them. Like find special armory, defend engineers while they make repairs. Woe be unto you who has no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
And pray for your soul if whatever is on the planet escapes the planet.
Yep. Which we have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. So
Well, Yara did mention that there were like rumors of a great devastating power that no one kept much stock in.
mm-hmm.
It was like, dude, it's been this way forever. I mean, whatever's down there's got to be dead.
Hmm.
Remember back in the old days, back in our old galaxy, you know, where our planets didn't have great devastating powers underneath them?
Where the fuck were you? The normal planet, the planets in our previous galaxy had that happening all the time too.
In fact, we're coming because of the Jedi and the Sith.
Yeah.
Oh man, glad we left all those assholes back.
Don't even get me started on the Rakata.
Oh my lord, the entire freaking race of Sith bastards who enslaved the entire galaxy and uplifted them forcefully?
Yep.
Didn't they die out like millennia before they even became pertinent to us?
Oh yeah. They were dead before Knights of the Old Republic. I mean, the race is still around, but their empire collapsed.
So what I'm learning is that everyone makes the exact same mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, at least in this case, it doesn't sound like this is anything they made.
Yeah, this is something they found and sealed away.
So they found something terrible that someone else did, and they sealed it.
Or it's a creature that they ran into and sealed. Nobody could have made it. It could be a naturally occurring phenomenon. We don't know until we run into it.
Do we have the means by which to blow up the planet?
No.
Oh, shit. Okay, well then. I don't know if our ship could do that.
Why would you think our ship can do that?
I don't know what the ship can do. I don't know if it has one of those planet cracker cannons on it.
That's not normal. People don't just have planet cracker cannons.
I mean, people also don't leave the galaxy. So, I mean, I know
They don't leave the galaxy because they were physically unable to leave the galaxy until the Vong showed us the opening.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, oh, hey, if we're leaving, are we going to be ready in case we have to crack a planet?
It's an exploration mission.
It's an exploration and colonization mission. We have no reason to crack planets.
Survival.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
I was like, oh, hey, are we going out into space with all the means by which to possibly survive it? I mean, I get it. I understand that, ideally this is a peace mission. But,
there is no logical reason why you'd have a planet cracker.
Also, planet cracking weapons aren't really a thing in Star Wars unless you count the Death Star, which, again, there was 2 of those.
I mean, doesn't Zorn have them attached to their ships?
we have the baby super laser that we stole from the Empire. It can't crack planets.
They can crack continents.
Oh, I thought those could actually.
Yeah, there
like,
is Center Point Station as well. Let's not forget
Yeah, but
that.
we don't have that. That was that's just there.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression that like the Serenity was basically the Death Star, like the Death Star laser, but like with like a ship.
No, it's like the Death Star laser from Rogue One, where it was when they put it on low power mode, it just kind of fucked up that one city.
Okay, so it's basically just like a nuke. It's
Yeah.
like a focused nuke. Okay. Okay, I thought because when you said mini Death Star lasers, I was like, okay, that could probably still really fuck up a planet.
I mean, it can really fuck up a planet, and if you fire at it multiple times, you're gonna probably crack it, but it's not like blowing up Alderaan or anything.
Yeah. Because if we had the
that's-
ability to blow up planets, the rest of the galaxy definitely would not be as chill as they are with Sword.
Okay.
I mean, theoretically, if you make a giant enough rail cannon in space,
Well,
in
yes, but that's not
stationary
the kind
orbit,
of. But Star Wars
can
doesn't
launch
use that
something
kind of
large enough
logic.
that could do
Star
it.
Wars doesn't use real physics.
And I would
I don't
say
know.
planetary
There was the
defenses-
holdo maneuver or whatever it was called.
Disney Star Wars uses real physics. We're not Disney Star Wars.
And
Good.
if we are going in the Disney canon, not Return of the Skywalkers.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker did mention that effectively it was a 1 in a million fluke.
Yeah, they said you can't repeat the holdo maneuver. Even Disney was like, you know what, that was dumb.
Yeah, I'll say the if you want to read about what if Star Wars encountered relativistic strikes, feel free to read the first High Republic book that deals with literally with fragments of things dropping out of hyperspace at relativistic speeds and how they handle it.
But again, that's Disney.
I'm just saying, if you want to see Star Wars interact with that, feel free to read that book. It did deal with people doing interception fires and Jedi using the Force to nudge debris to not destroy habitable planets. But it did also mention that because there were random relativistic dropouts, early warning systems were having very difficult time determining that it was a threat, and a early warning system that did determine it was a threat was destroyed by a relativistic strike before they could send a warning signal. Because it was more like, our system security stations are going offline. Why are they going offline? Well, I don't know, because they were also our sensor stations. Oh shit, what's that? And, planets start getting devastated.
Why doesn't the thing work? Oh, the thing doesn't work because it stopped working. Fuck.
But, yeah, I do have the message the text in Roll20.
I will let people know what that is and say I have no clue what it is, but it looks like there's a locations it's trying to tell people to go to that don't know.
Guardians report to Alpha level armories. Again, we have no idea where the fuck that is. Engineers report to coordinates. Okay, so we have coordinates. We know where the engineers need to go. Assuming I can figure out a way to translate their mapping coordinates into our mapping coordinates.
Yes.
I'll say he's gonna look at what it's saying. He was like, Lumen 0. Bitch, there's at least one standing right here.
I'm pretty sure it means light 0.
You're a lure-man, not a lumen.
No, I love that. No, he's a lumen now.
No, I mean that's Amir correcting him.
Okay.
It's missing an R, dude.
Yeah, he's gonna look at it. He's like, oh. Yeah,
It's okay. I'm just gonna pat him on the head.
Okay, so would that be a survival? An astrogation? What is that to try and translate the coordinates into something usable?
Coordinates unusable. I'll say
Wait.
survival planetary systems scholar. Um, and well, I these aren't interstellar coordinates, or else I would say also say astrogation.
Okay, in which case he'll wave the mirror over and say, hey, can you help me with this? Because she has scholar, I have survival. Between the two of us, maybe.
The
The twins are going to try to twin. We're going to twin brain this.
Nice.
Hey, we know stuff.
Okay. You guys are between the twins. The twins will take a few minutes. Begin working through the coordinate system. And we'll be able to translate the coordinates to quote unquote galactic standard.
Put that into my Pathfinder Omni tool,
Okay.
which has a mapping option.
Okay. Now you guys also know the location of where the top ring fell as
Yeah.
well.
Do those correlate anything close to each other?
Um, the the ring is to the northwest. The Larator Center is to the southwest. So, yeah, that.
So basically opposite directions.
Yeah. It's like they're both west. Just one is northwest, the other is southwest.
All right. Well, as important as it is to get to our ship, it's probably also important to keep, whatever from getting out. So, well, which is closer?
So did our mission just become kill the great evil?
Probably
Wait, kill the what?
the great evil.
Kill the good evil. I didn't think the good evil was in this game.
Apparently it is now.
Um,
Why does every galaxy have a great evil?
all lore is rooted in fact.
It's a union thing.
The union
I
of
said-
evil.
I was like, we left our great evil trapped in between a bunch of black holes. And then, this one's buried in a planet.
She's not even the great evil. She's just the maid to the great evil.
Wait, what?
Atla.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But when the other great evil is too lazy to be a great evil, then yeah, I guess technically the maid takes over.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe the actual great evil just kind of fucked off and left.
They don't really tell you what happened to him. He's just kind of around.
Not exactly that evil if he's not being proactive.
Well, you remember, he's just the embodiment of everybody else's evil. He doesn't have to do anything.
The great apathy.
That's it, because they don't actually do anything. They just represent, the aspects.
Of course, leave it to the maid to have to clean up their laziness. Well, fine, you're not going to be evil. I'll go out and be evil for you. Lazy kids.
I mean, it's not like it's their job to be evil. Again, it's just their job to exist.
The ring is 108. The lab is 110.
Of course, they're equidistant. Okay. The smart thing to do would be go to the ring, collect the Hezak, and use it as to quickly get to the other thing. But with
It's
them,
an option.
with them being equidistant, that's entirely pointless. Because any time we'd save using the Hezak, we've wasted going to get the Hezak.
Well, well, remember,
I mean,
they're not
it
right
would
next
keep
to
us
each
safe
other.
from explosive decompression.
No, they're in the exact opposite direction from what you said.
Yeah, one's northern west, the other is more southern west. But moving in the Hezak is actually moving on foot. If you're wanting a validation,
I'm just saying, the reactor is 110 away in one direction. The Hezak is 108 in the other direction, meaning it's going to take us the same amount of time to get to the Hezak as it would to get to the thing we need to fix. And they're in the opposite directions from each other.
I mean, hey, if you want to get the Hezak as an extra piece of gear, you know.
I said it was the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
But in this particular circumstance, it is woefully impractical.
I suppose it depends on how much value you give to Hezak.
I give the Hezak a lot of value, but it is very clear we're on a ticking clock, so I don't think we have the time to go get it. Because we're having to travel 100 plus kilometers in either direction.
Well, it's not. It's not like it's. Let me do some actual math so I can give you some harder numbers.
I don't think harder numbers are going to help much in this case, but it's like if you have to walk 100 miles, one direction to get your car, and then walk 100 miles in the opposite direction to do what you actually need to do.
Well, I didn't say that they were 100 meters 100 miles away from each other. You asked how far are they away from you?
Yes, but you also said that one is south of us and the other is north of us.
One is north-northwest, the other is south-southwest.
Right. Again, that is effectively the opposite directions from each other.
Up here and over here.
Yeah. I mean, if
this intervening distance may be different.
Okay, we'll triangulate it. Sure. See, yeah.
That.
I unfortunately also kind of agree with Trist on this. You're saying one's north, one's south. North and south are polar opposites. You said one was north and one was east?
It's like
north-northwest, south-southwest.
Yeah. They're still opposite arms of the triangle.
North, northwest, and south, southwest. They're they're still relatively opposite ends. They're slightly closer to being direct north or direct south, but they're still pretty far apart technically.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not necessarily 100 miles from each other.
Then that sounds like a simple navigation check to see if that's the case.
And all this is moot if they're not even done cleaning the damn thing.
Yeah, that's true.
For like a better term, I will still be using miles. Because kilometers makes it sound a lot further away than it actually is. I know.
I think it's northwest would be like that. And then southwest would be like that. Which means, yeah, assuming you gave us accurate directions, it's actually further between the two of them.
Fair.
So yeah, it would be burning time we don't have to go in the opposite. In theory, don't have based on the message to go in the opposite direction
I mean,
to get something that while faster than us on foot. With the amount of distance we'd have to cover would probably only make up some of that time because we'd be traveling along the longest part of the triangle to get after getting the vehicle.
the visa travels. Electricity kilometers per hour.
Yeah. So we'd probably be looking at 2 hours in the HESAC after collecting it.
Um, be looking at an hour in the visa. As opposed to the travel on foot, which if using D&D as a benchmark would be correctly a normal travel day is like 27 miles. At which point, if we're assuming that the distance is slightly longer, I'm just going to round to 120. So you'd be looking at like 4 days on foot.
I say average steps per minute is 4 to 5 kilometers per hour.
Okay. Let's assume 5 kilometers per hour. You're looking at 30 hours on foot.
So 30 hours to collect the HESAC.
And then 1 hour to use the HESAC.
Or how many hours to get to the reactor? Or whatever it is we're supposed to be
like directly from where you are?
Yeah, the thing we're supposed to be fixing.
Well, if you read on the text, that is to get the failsafe access keys.
Oh, that's just to collect the keys. That's not even to get
That's to get access to failsafe Avalon.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, you're talking about from where you are now. Well, shit, I have to do good stuff too. I was using miles, silly me. Silly me. Okay. Leave the number I originally gave you from your start point here.
One was 108, 110. One was 108, the other was 110.
There's 100.
So it's also the closer one.
Okay. 108 was to the fallen ring.
Okay.
So To the Tower Ring, 34.6 hours. To the Laboratory Center, 36 hours. From your current position.
From our current position. Okay, so it is literally 6 one, half dozen the other. Also, I have to double check the map. I'm pretty sure there's more than one latrine.
I think there's only one for the crew, and then there's like one for the captain.
No, I'm pretty sure each of the crew cabins had a bathroom.
Do they? I honestly don't recall. I thought there was only like one for the captain, and one for the rest of the crew.
No, it's a capital ship. It's not going to have just one bathroom.
Oh, we have a capital ship? I thought it was a frigate.
It's
Oh,
a small,
technically frigates are capital
yeah.
ships.
So, wait, oh yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just remembering things wrong.
Okay, well, if it's literally going to come down to that, then yeah, I guess we can go collect the Hezak. Maybe get some information from the ring. It's like, hey, we saw this message. Anybody know what the fuck it means? Cool. You guys have the keys to the whatever that we can get to get us in there? In your ancient emergency do not open in case of, breaking glass box.
Hmm.
Alright, let's move it. And given the time, I imagine us starting that hike with the Lord of the Rings montage is probably where we...
Yeah, that'd probably be a good spot.
For the trailer!
There. All the hard math has been done.
An entire day. Jesus.
On foot.
Yeah, I'd say all of these are a day to a day and a half on foot, but yeah, thanks to the speed of the Hezak, going back to get the Hezak is the same as going into the place that we need to go to on foot in the first place.
It all depends on if you feel you really need the Hezak.
I mean, I'd rather have the vacuum sealed vehicle while a station attached space elevator space station contraption falls apart around us.
Well, we're already on the planet at this point.
Oh, we're already on the planet.
We fell to the planet, yes.
Yeah, the
Oh,
top
we
of the
fell
ring,
to the planet.
the top of the ring fell to the planet, though according to the orbital tower's systems, the top of the ring was quote unquote shielded. And because
we're on
the
the
orbital
top
tower is affixed to the planet's surface, you just descended the tower to the planet's surface.
Okay, so we basically climbed very fast several kilometers.
Yeah.
back down to the planet's surface from the top ring. Um. hmm. Yeah, getting the Hezak is important. If only so we're not literally hoofing it for multiple days on end.
And there might be somebody at the tower who knows a little bit more about what's going on.
True.
So, yeah. Walking montage, probably in session.
Yeah, it'd be a good
Yeah,
slot the decision.
I'm fine getting the session given time. Now, at least unlike with some of the other silent stations, there was at least some tension and explosions in part one versus completely waiting to part two. I think what I have picked up here is I probably should not be giving actual distances.
Just a little bit.
Though I have a feeling if I just ask which race you want to go to, and I say that it doesn't matter when asked which is closer, then I'm just going to get stares like, well, it does matter. So I'm in a little bit of a catch-22 there.
Maybe not, don't give it in like kilometers, but give it, in hours. Or other vague units.
Yeah, you can do it in time. You don't have to do it in distance.
Well, if I gave you time, I am fairly certain someone would ask, what's that in such and such distance? Because I think that's actually happened to me before.
If it is, that'll probably be error.
I can't even deny that. That would probably be me if I was really being technical.
Because I originally was going to give the travel time in days, and I'm like, no, I should probably give it in units of distance.
Yeah, because I would have been fine with days or hours.
I would have been fine with days or hours, too.
Okay, because I was expecting it's like, no, people want to know actual distance.
And honestly, even when you gave me actual distance, I was fine. You were the one arguing when I said they're in opposite directions, so it makes no sense to backtrack to get the Hezag.
Well, the way you were saying, I thought it was like, I didn't say it was west to east.
No, you effectively said it was north to south.
You said north to south.
Yeah, but again, northwest and southwest
Again,
is
effectively saying directly north and south in terms of for what we were dealing with.
Yeah,
Because I said when I drew it out roughly on the lines there, they're effectively.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I have not erred in that. I'm just saying that I clearly need to make adjustments for the future. Whenever I do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because my point of this kind of thing is to give you guys an actual choice. But I kind of feel that if one is an inch closer, it's like, well, there is no choice.
No, in this case, the fumbling of the choice was the fact that you put them in dramatically opposite directions, and put them so far away that it's like, no, it doesn't really feel like there's a choice here because we're on a ticking clock, and it's it's one of those things of the implication of the implication of the setup of the adventure implies we don't have time to do both.
Yeah, well, I mean, once I gave the distances and the times and stuff, I would like to think the thought was, oh, well, the time can't be super critical, or else, everything will end before we get to either destination.
No, I'm still under the impression that the major event will happen when we get to one of the destinations.
I agree with Tristan on that one. It's going to be, okay, we're going to get to either of these locations. The station's going to fail in whatever containment it's doing. We're going to have to deal with whatever that means, wherever we go to.
When you say the station, are you referring to the piece that broke off?
Whatever is keeping this planet shrouded in darkness, and woe be it getting released because the tower has just fallen apart.
I mean, well, the tower's already fallen apart. The system itself already said that, that the ability to maintain the shroud was compromised, hence the emergency signal.
That's my point. And by the time we get to either location, whatever it was containing is going to then be released. Does that make more sense, David?
I understand that the thought seems to be whatever the Shrouders containing will be released when you get to one direction or the other. But I would like to remind you, the Shrouders over the entire planet. The entire planet is the quote-unquote prison.
Well, yes, but we're talking, 36 plus hours for something to dissipate. That's not a, unreasonable belief. It may be entirely wrong, because as we're walking, we'll get a sense of how quickly it's dissipating, but for something to disperse in a day and a half is totally believable as a fear.
That's fair.
So let's see if something is so technologically done, because it's effectively just acting as a shade to prevent light from getting on the planet.
Case in point, the orbital night cloak you equated this to dissipated in, minutes.
Well, I equated to that to give you the idea of how much light was being blocked.
Well, I get that's why I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah. I know the orbital night cloak itself is incredibly fast-acting and fast dissipating.
And you've seen plenty of movies and stuff where it's like, oh my god, the sun, after they did one thing, it took 2 seconds for it to dissipate.
Or you see the sun start to break through immediately,
Yeah.
even if it doesn't get rid of the entire effect.
I get where you guys are coming from, and this always happens when I don't give a hard clock.
Yeah.
On stuff. I mean, if you have a hard clock on stuff, there's a certain amount of tension that's lost.
I see if we have depends on the hard clock, because depending on the hard clock, it actually adds tension.
I suppose.
A long clock dissipates tension. A short clock adds tension.
If we got told we have 48 hours to try to fix this problem, and it takes us 36 hours to get to the location,
then that's tension.
Sure, that's 12 hours to do whatever we needed to do and where we're going.
And that's assuming that there's only one step and we don't have to go somewhere else after that first step.
Exactly.
Which we still don't know, which is again why I'm waffling on the HESAC thing, because it's okay, if we just have to do the one thing, then we probably don't need to burn those extra, hours. But if there's, considering it's gain access to that, there's that concern of if there's a second step, that having the HESAC to get to that second step quickly is probably to our benefit.
The specific writing is failsafe Avalon access key.
Right.
And given the way they're saying it, this is the failsafe for if the nightshade turns off. Which we know is going to be turning off.
Because that's the location of the key.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean the key is going to be next to whatever it's supposed to unlock.
That's very fair. Again, that's why I tried to give enough information to kind of give you the idea of, is there more than one step here? Is there yada yada yada?
Well, you see, that straight up tells us there's another step.
Yeah.
Which, again, it's depending on where the step is located. Again, you're not seeing tension. I'm seeing tension, and I'm seeing the GM also creating tension. But no, you can totally get the HESAC. I was like, is the GM telling us to get the HESAC, or is the GM trying to fuck with us by telling us to get the HESAC, knowing it'll burn time we don't have?
Well, I believe most of it was saying is
I'll admit, I didn't.
Right, you were going out of your way to emphasize you can go,
you can choose to do this. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, we understand we can choose to do this, but again, opposite direction. But you're really leaning into go with the opposite direction.
I'm more kind of leaning into there's a certain amount of fatalism that I'm hearing, and I'm like, well, I mean, no, there's choices here.
That wasn't fatalism. That was this decision. Just is burning time. It doesn't sound like we have. That's not fatalism. That's making a choice. Going, looking at the chart and going, I don't think we have time to do this.
And that's fair. That's fair to say. Because again,
I think it's you reading too much into the conversation.
That's entirely possible. That is entirely possible. Because here I am thinking about, well, again...
Actually, I drew those lines wrong. That's actually northwest and southwest. It's actually more north, northwest, south, southwest would be much more straight line in the opposite direction.
But because it's like here I'm thinking, it's like, well, I mean, you're essentially choosing to get faster travel or just go on foot.
Well, the issue is, David, you also burned us literally last week on, oh, we gave this thing we need to help us with the Metal Gear to our enemies.
I forgot about that.
I say, yeah, that's north, northwest, south, southwest.
Shit. Well, I was just remembering my.
Yeah, you were.
Northwest, southwest. It's supposed
Yeah, I
to
say
be,
northwest, southwest. There's some argument.
it's supposed to be closer. So northwest, southwest.
I think, David, we need to put you through some navigation training.
As for the Metal Gear thing, that had nothing to do with David. That was purely us making a choice to go, hey, person who actually designed the system, you want to hold this? Oh,
No, I'm
fuck.
not blaming David for it. I'm just saying the fact that it happened means I am going to be completely untrusting.
We were too trusting.
In that
Well,
case,
in this case, there's no one to trust. This is just us picking a direction on the map.
say so.
No, I'm talking about the fact that he's like, yeah, you could go here. It would be bad. It's like, David, it's the opposite directions. But you're hinting at we should probably get the Izak. But at the same time, David, you also allowed us to do something that completely fucked us over in the immediate term.
Oh yeah, that's what life is.
So I was like, I don't know if I should take David's advice.
Oh,
Well, in terms of GI Joe, then it sounds like Mirage has done her job. She has sown something within the team.
That doesn't sound like she's done something with the team. It sounds like she's done something with the players. Now your player will never trust you again.
Yeah, this is player, not character.